Fine, and you have your name.
Recording in progress.
Okay, when you're ready. Okay. We are ready. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the Louisiana State Board of Social Work Examiners Strategic Planning Meeting. Today is January the 11th, 2025. The time is 8:37 a.m. At this time, I'm going to ask for a roll call of attendance.
Hyacinth McKee,
Present.
Jamie Barney, Evan Bergeron,
Present.
Melissa Haley,
Present.
Grady George, Horace Ansari, present.
We also have our staff members that are present today. Could each of you say your name and state your role and position with the board?
Gina DeWitt, Administrative Assistant.
Sarah Banks, License Analyst.
Blake Williamson, licensing analyst.
And we have our Executive Director, Administrator Emily D'Angelo, that's present for the meeting today. At this time, I'm going to ask that Evan reads the expectations of the meeting.
A public comment period will be permitted for each agenda item requiring a vote. Members of the public who wish to provide public comment must use the raise hand function to be recognized by the chair. Person may provide a public comment only once per agenda item. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comments are limited to the item being considered by the board. The chair may disregard or terminate any public comment that does not comply with this paragraph. Attendees of the meeting can obtain general continuing education hours. The number of credit hours is determined by the length of the meeting. This continuing education is considered distance learning, which is limited to 10 hours per collection period. An email regarding continuing education credit will be sent within 30 days following the meeting.
Thank you, Evan. At this time, I have to take a pause for the meeting until we get a quorum. We can't move forward. Okay, now we can proceed. Okay, the next item on the agenda is a public comment pertaining to any of the items on the agenda. Do we have any public comment pertaining to the items that are before us on the strategic planning agenda? Okay, so at this time, we want to note that we will be making some adjustments to today's agenda. Items 7 and 8 will be tabled to the February 2025 meeting. So those will be removed from today's agenda and tabled to the February 2025 meeting. So noting that, at this time, if there are no changes to the agenda, I will entertain a motion regarding the agenda.
I'll move to adopt the amended as agenda as amended.
It's been moved by Evan to adopt the agenda as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Melissa. Any public comment pertaining to this motion?
No public comment.
Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, the next item on our agenda is a presentation by Covalent. I think we are right at 8:45, or getting close to it. So doing pretty good on time.
And Cody Safelli is who is going to be presenting on behalf of Covalent, and he is on. Cody, go ahead and unmute.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Emily, would you like me to proceed?
Yeah, just a second. I was gonna ask, do you need to share your screen?
I will be needing to share my screen for this.
Okay, let me, do you have that option, or do I need
Make
to?
him co-host.
Yeah, it looks like I might have the ability to share my screen.
Okay, so are you ready?
I just sent a request. Looks like it had a button, but it looks like I didn't have the right permission.
Okay, you should now.
Yep, looks like it's in place. All right. Again, good morning, everyone. I'll try to give a quick summary of the current state of things, and then I can give a quick presentation of some of the things we've done for you over the past few months. In short, we've basically got everything at least in a state where it can be reviewed by LABSWE staff or our social work staff. Most of the work that entails, renovations to things that already existed has already been approved by Emily. It's in a good shape. She feels comfortable with it. Everything that really is in a state where it's not completely integrated yet is currently being reviewed by Emily at this time, or in a state where we've had dialogue going back and forth, making revisions to existing aspects. This is pretty much limited to the supervision functionality, which again, since it's something that was not previously in the system, putting it in the system, we want to make sure it's done right, make sure it's done properly, make sure that it aligns with your process as close to apples as possible. I'm going to give you all a quick walkthrough of a few of the updates we've made. One thing that I will say is that visualizations or screen sharing within your CMS will be limited. Since we have done some test migrations of the Certamy data back into your system, there are personally identifiable information that we do not want presented in a public venue. So I'm going to be doing everything I can to skirt around that with how I do the screen sharing. All right, which is why I'm not screen sharing yet. Okay, so I'm going to go into a test account that I created for myself real quick for these purposes. That's right. I started it as a user. Okay, so I'm going to be starting with a few minor application aspects. Most of which were just like milestones and stuff like that. Or that is to say, like checklist items to make sure that things are completed properly. It's this screen. And for example, there's one aspect in here. Okay, it looks like you can see my screen now. Where we needed to include a milestone for an open book exam. That's now been added to the milestones. We've also got,
Emily, we see some of the administrative stuff on the side. Is there a way to move it over?
Oh, click that button, yeah.
we see administrative things.
Well, it's something from Emily's side.
Zoom.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. All right.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. So anyway, this was just to visualize that we have added an open book exam into the milestones. That's going to function as milestones had historically when you were in our system before. Real quick, I'm going to stop the screen share. I'm going to go ahead and proceed this account so that we can get it more to a licensee state. Update status, application approved, update. Okay. Go to licensees. Cifelli. This one right here. Okay, we'll use this one. Okay, I'm going to share my screen again. All right, and now I can actually get into the more substantive things that we've gone ahead and done. One of the details that we did include as a relatively minor item was allow for more than 2 employees to be listed at a time. That was something that was not included in the old system. And that is something that we've added moving forward. Oops. We've also added in the CEU tracker, which is a much more developed version of the CE functionality that we've had before. You'll see that we do outline different CE requirements, and this can vary based off of license type. Looks like this account is a LCSW, and adding into it is very straightforward. I'll go ahead and add some clinical hours right now. Test course, and I think it's got to be in the current year, so I'll go ahead and do. It has to fall into the relevant collection period, of course. We'll say that I took 5 hours in it. Let's go with something a little different. We'll go 3. We'll go into clinical. We'll do it as in person, and then I will upload a file to function as a placeholder for the upload or for the certificate. And I'll add the course, and you'll see that it shows that we've made progress in the we've made progress with the course category. And you'll also see that we've made progress also for the total hours needed down here.
Cody, can they add more than what's needed? Like say it's 20 hours,
Absolutely.
they add 25 or 30?
Correct. So if I wanted to say throw in, let's say I went a bit overboard with ethics, I could throw in, well, I don't know if you can go overboard with ethics, but go beyond. I'll go to ethics here. I'll just name an ethics example. Ethics sample. I'll do 01, 01, 2025. 2025. I'll do 40 hours in this. In person, add course, boom. And you'll see that I'll have a current hours of 43, but I only need 20 and we're now at 100%. You can also see that course down here. All the courses that you have will appear in here that are active, right? But now if you want to see it broken down by type, that would be in-person versus distant learning. They'll appear in this type view. We've got categories, we've got type, and then we've got archives. Archives are all courses that have been used. I do believe the question regarding going over the requested or the outlined hours was relevant to a detail that y'all might have worked into the board rules a few months ago. Is that correct? Something about letting continuing education from previous years overflow into the next year. Am I remembering something correctly there?
Yeah, so that's part of our current proposed rules that we're working on. They can carry over a certain number of hours into the next collection period.
Got it. So that's not worked into the system yet. Once those rules are approved, I can work with the team, get some change orders, get a change order worked up, and we can add that to the system. When Emily did first bring up that rule, ran it by me, asked if it was possible to work it in. The answer was yes, but there were some details that needed to be addressed so that things could be handled in a logical way. Emily, do you need me to those at all, or do you still have notes from that?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
I know that we're not trying to address that specific rule right now. My question is, it's been a while since we have had a talk about that. Would you like me to send you some notes onto what would be necessary to make that rule work within the system?
Sure, I'll never mind you sending me reminders.
Okay.
And Cody, I wanted to make sure that people with admin rights can override some things. Like currently the requirements are 20 CEUs, but say there's a person that has to get 5 additional CEUs for something,
Yes. Yes,
right?
ma'am. That was part of the proposal. So
I just
I'm
wanted-
going, and let me go into CE courses. So share screen again.
You
This
don't
is
have
where-
to, you don't have to show us. I just
Okay.
wanted to make sure that that was worked on.
Yes, ma'am. It's this functionality right here. And we've got things so that you can see what was done in previous years. But because this is a new account that I have for this specific licensee, we only see 2025 and 2026. And you can manually override the required hours for clinical, general, ethics, supervision, total hours, and in-person hours. So yeah, we can handle that in detail.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so that's the overrides. We've also worked in that reporting for the 590 and 483 reports. Would you all like to see a quick sample of that? I can pull it from the live site from previous years if y'all like.
That's not necessary. They don't even remember that act passed, and that's something that's more administrative, something that I'm required to do.
Perfectly fine. Okay. Emily, is there anything specific that you think that they would like to see?
How their dashboard would look.
Okay, sure. Let me bear with me. Let me see if I can whip that up real quick. Orders out. Okay, this is the dev environment, so I need to. Y'all, please bear with me for just a moment. CL tests, board with license, save. Okay. Tests. Okay. Okay, so I just upgraded that account that we had to a board member with a license. Let's see, so we've got profiles, tests, and meetings. I believe, looks like we don't have complaints appearing in here right now. I know that we've got that as functionality to be supported. Let me see what's going on there. Case closed. Update status. Closed case. It's not. Documents, messages closed. I'll need to refresh on that. I'm sorry, y'all. But
Cody, I think we still just have the administrative portion of that. You and I haven't worked on any of the forward facing for board members for complaints.
we haven't worked on any forward facing for board members and complaints. I'm sorry, I'm not following.
Right now, the only access is administrative access on my end. I don't think we've made any changes to what.
No, we haven't made any changes there.
And so when we were previously with you guys. Outside parties like board members didn't have access to complaint information. What they had access to, was their board meeting information.
Mhm. Okay,
Upload and they would review prior to a board meeting.
okay. So, I mean, that is something that we currently have worked into this view, where you are able to see all the, you know, correspondence or news and pending complaints and stuff like that listed here. Now, I do know that we are including the complaints view, I believe, we're including the complaints view as part of the board member dashboard. But yeah, which would allow you to basically see and hold dialogue regarding the complaints from your dashboard, where you manage both your board member duties as well as your own upkeep of your license.
Let me see the supervision. Have y'all done anything with that?
Yeah, we have done a lot with the supervision. Those are currently just templates, but I can pull up a few a few of the samples if you'd like. Emily, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Supervisor tab. Let me go with the supervisor applications real quick. Just gotta pull them on over to the screen. All right. So part one would be filled out by the supervisee. We've got a lot of fields in here that are going to be auto-populated based off of information that will already exist in the system. They'll be able to select which of their employers is their supervisor is at, and that'll auto-populate based off the information that they have in their dashboard. All this field right here ensuring you've got consistency of data. We've got, Emily, looks like the designer already has made some of those updates from yesterday in here. We've got the BACS info. We've got the agency supervisor info. We've got the attestation and the signature. Once that's done, it gets sent along to the supervisor for the supervisor to go ahead and handle. They get to clarify if this BACS is the same person as the agency supervisor, if they're not. How they'll be going about supervising, the type of supervision, whether it's going to be individual, group, or hybrid. This is the upload field for the employment verification and attestation down here. Once that's completed, both part one and part two, that'll get sent to your staff for them to go ahead and review, say, okay, everything seems to be in order. We'll go ahead and greenlight this relationship. Once that's in place, then they'll get added to the dashboard. I'll go ahead and show you all of that last. Actually, you know, I'll show that to you now. Supervisor tab and supervisee tab. They're very similar in design. What we have here is the supervisor tab, and if you're the supervisor, you get supervisees. So you'll be able to see all of your supervisees down in here. These are some sample names, the agreement date, start date, facility name, facility location. The supervised hours, this is a count of the amount of supervised hours that they have logged into the system so far. So I don't recall what exactly the forms are that y'all have for tracking hours. I know at I think it's LABSWE, they have like a form 200. It might be the same thing here.
We are, I haven't seen the sample yet, but that's our record of supervision.
Record of supervision. So we're gonna be keeping track of that supervision. And so you'll be able to see a count of how many hours these supervisees have accumulated over time. You'll be able to terminate them or access their supervision log. We can also go to pending, and you'll be able to see the pending applications. That is licensees who want to start, or supervisees who want to start supervision with this supervisor. And, yeah, from there, they can review the application and either approve or deny. If they deny, they can provide some feedback and say, hey, we're gonna, you didn't fill this out correctly, or I don't know you, I'm gonna deny you. If they say approve, they'll get sent along to part 2 of the application. And again, from there, it gets sent on to y'all. For the supervisee,
So real quick, the application is is the initiation of the contract?
yes, ma'am. Where is supervising? You know what? Where is the supervising one? I'll bear with me for just a moment. Okay. And similar to the supervisor dashboard, supervisee dashboard, you get to see, well, looks like this guy, looks like I need to have the designer fix this real quick. They seem to merge the views for some reason. This is supposed to be the supervisee's view. We have supervisor, so you can see the supervisors that they have. You'll also be able to see how many hours that they've accumulated with that supervisor, but you can also see a total of the amount of supervised hours that they've accumulated in general. So that way they know, hey, I finally made it. I'm ready to move up to a LMSW, I believe it is.
LC.
LCSW, thank you.
They're LMSW if they're doing supervision. And then once they finish supervision, then they
Yes.
can apply for the LCSW.
LCSW. And then you've got the LCSW DAX. Yes. Sorry, thank you. Yes, ma'am?
You see the log?
I don't think.
Sure, let me go ahead.
If it's not in there, I don't.
No, I can pull it up. That link was created before the logs were created, so that link's not going to work. These have not been sent along to Emily yet. We're trying to focus on a few other items
Please
first.
don't show nothing that hasn't been, please don't show
Okay.
anything that has not been sent to our administrator first for viewing. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. For administrative purposes, we can touch on the printouts. These are basically what your team will be using to review the applications and such. And we present them in this format just in case y'all do like to keep a paper trail, like physical paper trail, but it all exists digitally. So we've got the information the supervisee submitted. We've got the information that the supervisor submitted. We have the same goes with the termination. And this is going to align with the actual applications. So yeah. Do we have any other questions?
Well, I'm looking at it now from my laptop and the font looks darker than what's being presented on the screen that we're looking at. Can you just represent a dashboard or when someone logs in that had the blue background? Because I want to see what it looks like from my laptop.
What it looks from.
Just on one of the dashboard pages where somebody, before they select something, where you had the blue background and there was white font.
Okay. Okay, I think I followed. Oh, you're referring to this?
Yes, I want to see what it looks like on my laptop.
It don't look blue.
Sure. I believe this is what we're referring to.
Well, what I'm looking at is I just wanted to make sure that I was concerned when I looked at the big screen because it was very hazy and light about 508 compliance. And it looks better on my laptop, so I'm not as concerned, but
Okay.
scroll up.
This way?
Okay, your dashboard and the different tabs, I guess, the icons that you have, it's all in white font. And I
Oh,
think
you're referring to ADA.
that would be difficult for people with disabilities, visual disabilities to see.
Sure.
Is there a way to change that to black font or something darker?
Well, what I can probably end up doing is I'll have the background darkened. That'll probably be better.
Okay, yeah, something, just if you could think more about the 508 compliance
Yes.
to make sure there's accessibility for people with disabilities. That would be great.
LABSWE dash top section ADA contrast.
Because I'm having trouble seeing some of it and
I understand. And you're probably right. There's probably some sort of ADA hang up there. This was developed before ADA was really starting to kick in, and I believe it was April 24th this past year. They really laid into it.
yeah, so I'd like to make sure you guys look at those federal requirements and make sure we're compliant with all of that.
Yes, ma'am.
You,
We've also worked in some functionality with the emeritus status, where for the verification of licensure and the licensee search, you'll have an emeritus little flag appear next to the license number. If y'all would like me to go ahead presenting that, I can whip up some. I can put together some stuff for that real quick. It also affects Emily. I believe we also handled it for the renewals as well, right? It affects the cost of renewals. I know that we already approved it. It's just been so many months that I forget the exact details. Whoop. Let me
Right.
get rid of those.
Emeritus, it affects the renewal fee and the number of continuing education hours required.
I don't have a renewal already put together to account for that. Well, I can't test for renewals anyway because it's not renewal period. So I can't present that at this time, but I can give this account an emerit status so that y'all can see in the verification of licensure and the license search that it is reflective. Save. Go to log back in. So I'm going to go ahead and submit this verification of licensure. I'm going to go back and I'll go ahead and pull up a verification of licensure for this guy, for this account. Pull up. Yeah. So share. And yeah, here's a sample of the verification of licensure. Credential number 16663 emeritus. Would y'all like it to read as emeritus or would you like to read it as a merit? I know some boards are very particular with the language used. Speech psychology rather is very particular. They on having it read emerit because it's gender neutral. Emeritus implies masculine. And emerita would be, or emeriti would be feminine. So whatever y'all would prefer.
Emeritus is okay. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Okay. All right. And as for the licensee search, this will be pretty easy for me to pull up real quick. Yes, this is the dev site. Nope, not apply. Looking for a licensed professional. And if we go to refine search, go to test search, you'll see, here it is right here, license number emeritus. Beyond that, everything else to present is either out of period, that is to say it would happen during renewals, or a little hard to get to. I know we've got some reinstatement application requirements that are worked in. I'm not that I would need to refresh on those. We also have a lapse renewal fee in place. Again, that's in renewal period. I can't present that right now. One thing that we have added is in the communications manager, that is to say your mass email tool. We now have it set so that your board staff can go ahead and it's, you know what, it's easier for me to present. Message center, new. Okay, share. All right. So historically, the way how these your mailing list or your mass email tool has been is you would have to export all of your licensees into a list and then re-upload it into the communications manager to create a mailing list, which was an absolute headache. I wasn't a fan of it. Y'all weren't a fan of it. And this is what we have here is a solution that we came up with to make this better. So what happens is every morning the system will generate or revise a list of all of your licensees under a certain description. So we've got CSWs, we've got LCSWs, BCSWs, MSWs, MSW applicants, MSWs currently with the retake status, LCSW applicants. So we've got a lot of different types of users. And the system is identifying these so that you can send out a mass email to whoever is relevant to receive those emails. And so yeah, this is just a quality of life improvement included in the scope of work that basically makes sending mass emails significantly easier to the necessary audiences. Beyond that, you know, the other things that, again, beyond that, anything else is either not really able to be accessed at this time because of renewal periods being outside of this current period, or is currently is currently in the process of being reviewed or needs to be sent for review, which we cannot present that at this time. Do we have any questions?
Yes, I have a question. In terms of supervisors and the supervisee relationship, in the database, a supervisor typically has the number and the names of supervisees that they are assigned to. Usually when they submit their renewal, their application, it asks, who are the supervisees that you are providing supervision to? My question is, once the supervision is completed between the supervisee and the supervisor, how can we ensure that those names are removed from the supervisor? I've had supervisors share with me that individuals who have achieved their LCSW status are still showing up on their list as their supervisees. So I want to make sure that we have something in place where those names will not show up under those supervisors once that individual, that supervisee achieves the status of LCSW.
Okay, that makes sense. One thing that so I'll tackle this, I'll address this at two different levels. One with the data migration. So Emily and I have gone through some painstaking details to make sure that when we do migrate the supervision data from Certimi to Cicero, that all LCS or anybody who is an LCSW, the relationship will be terminated essentially. They will not be associated with each other. The way how Certimi, I believe the way they associate accounts, it's in a very implicit way, and Ours is very concrete. So we've got the relationship itself is its own entity. And if you have the supervisee become an LCSW, that entity is terminated. It'll be expired. You'll be able to still see it in the back end as as something that is flagged is no longer inexistent, but that it had happened. But it will not be visible on the supervisor or the supervisee's dashboard. On our end, we'll have something similar in place where once an LCSW or once a supervisee becomes an LCSW, that relationship will be expired.
Great. Thank you so much. I have another question. Will there be an opportunity or will the staff be able to export data to show all the supervisors and all of the supervisees that they are assigned to? In other words, is there some kind of way we can go into the system, obtain a list of all the supervisors and the supervisees that they are assigned? If the staff can have that as an option. We need to know how many people are providing supervision to supervisees working towards their LCSW licensure, as well as how many supervisors or supervising individuals who are providing clinical social work. And I can get more into a conversation with Emily with specifics about that. But I would like to see how many supervisors are actually supervising individuals to work towards their clinical licensure.
Okay. That's not included in the proposal or scope of work, but it is very possible. I'm confident that we can put together something to help you achieve that.
So Cody, it's not in the proposal, but the data will be there. So could the data be analyzed to where we pull up like PDF reports when we say what kind of report we'd like to see? Because what Hyacinth is talking about, it makes a lot of sense, but we may come up with other data that we want to analyze later because of some request that's made by some entity or within our board or board office. So how difficult would that be to take whatever data we have that we're collecting and then later create reports and just click on a button, say, create PDF report, and we put in what we want? Is that a huge task? Is that like a multi-million-dollar ask?
No.
So that's something that, like, I would like you to think about that type of report pulling, but on a very cost-effective price point for us.
Yes, ma'am.
I feel like it could be done pretty easily, but I'm not a coder, so I don't know. But I don't want us to have to pay lots of money just to get one report. Because if you tell us $30,000 for one report, I'm
No,
gonna say, no, that can't happen. We need to have something where we can pull reports, pull up a PDF, print it, or email it to somebody or some entity that's requesting it.
So what you're saying is if you wanted to find out how many social workers we have between the age of 30
Yeah,
and 40,
yeah.
we
Right.
could go in the system
How
and pull.
many, yep, in a
Right.
certain geographical area.
Correct.
Sometimes legislators will ask for reports, and we should be able to just put that data in, it's the information in for analytics, and then pull up a PDF or even an Excel spread. Well, we could do an Excel spreadsheet and or a PDF. That would be great if we could pick, you know, the type of report we'd like it in. But I'd want to know, hey, what's that going to cost us?
I'll say this. Excel spreadsheets, significantly easier to do. When you have things in a PDF format, then you start having to get into design, and that entails design going from HTML into a more PDF format, which can complicate things a little bit. So I would suggest when it comes down to these reports, Excel or CSV files, significantly the most cost-effective way to go about doing things. We do reports like this all the time. And what the kind of functionality you're describing is very straightforward, very easy for us to pull. The 59483 report is a little bit more complicated because it required a lot of formatting and layering of information. But everything that I've heard y'all describe so far is pretty straightforward.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Does the system, is it capable of putting in like reminders and stops? Like for instance, in the supervision log, if the supervision log, it'll say, could it say before it put in there, has the supervisee changed, switched employment? And then they click yes or no, and then they can go on like a reminder of that. Or, and in addition to that, is it possible to have, because what I'm trying to see if there is a way that the system can stop the frequent errors that take place. And one of the frequent errors is people switching employment and not aware that they need to send another contract for their new employment. Or people also, if they've started their supervision with the impression that they've done everything, but on in the system, it all hasn't been submitted. So is there a way to give a notification to prevent the loss of their hours?
Mm-hmm. Let me I'm confident that we could put together something like that. My concern, well, one, I would need to speak with the team, make sure that we'd be doing it in a way that makes sense on our end, and I'll speak with your team, make sure that it suits your needs. My concern is just going so heavy-handed with that to a point where it becomes spammy, where when you go ahead and you're trying to add in that time, right? Every time you do it, it's asking you if they've changed employment at that time. That might not be optimal. Maybe it could be like a once a month thing where it would ask. I don't know. That's something that I'd like to speak with Emily and our team about.
And what I'm saying to the team is, to me, we have, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And if there is something that the system could do to prevent the errors that come up all the
I
time.
think as they design the configuration to fit our needs for our Louisiana State Board of Social Workers, Emily and her team are probably testing, they're looking through it, and I'm sure that will be a huge discussion with Covalent about not allowing licensees to move forward on certain tasks if they haven't completed certain things. So like logging in their hours, they shouldn't be able to log in their hours of supervision without the completed contract.
Exactly.
So those things, I'm sure they're gonna be, as they're testing it and reviewing it, they'll be saying, hey, they shouldn't be able to do this without.
What you just said, that's exactly what it does. The thing about sending reminders and stuff,
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was talking
Yeah.
about. What she said is exactly what I was talking about. But I just want a prevention.
Yeah.
And if the employment piece is coming up or whatever that is, we just want to protect as much as we
And
can.
maybe when they do the initial employment verification, I'm gonna call it the contract, at the top, there could be some sort of alert in bold letters saying,
Letting them know.
Yes.
every time you change positions or change roles or jobs, employment agencies, you must complete a new one with your backs and your
Supervisor
new
at work.
employer.
Mhm.
So, I mean, something like that, but we can't, there's no way we would know somebody's changing jobs if they don't enter the information.
Correct.
instructions, so on the supervision contract, there's instructions that's forward facing for the supervisee. It's also forward facing on the supervisor's section. But if somebody changes employment, how is the system supposed to know you changed employment? I mean, so we do have the instructions there, but as far as being able to log hours without having a supervision contract, you can't do that. You have to have a supervision contract approved.
Yeah.
But if they change employers, it's still, I mean, I can talk to Cody more about it, but just knowing how it works, I don't know how, if you don't tell the system that you changed employers, that
It would know.
It would
yeah.
know.
Well, that's why that was my reminder question, but I'm not a techie, but sometime when you log into stuff, it'll say, did you do something? You click yes or no when you go on, but like, I don't know about what he mean about
Yeah,
spammy or
yeah.
whatever, but.
Well, I think if you keep getting alerts every time you log in, hey, did you do this, did you do that, you start ignoring it and just Xing out because you're so used to doing it, right? And so I appreciate that we need to try to prevent as much as we can, but social workers also need to read instructions. They need to follow steps, they need to check, because pretty much every situation that's been coming up lately when they say, I didn't know, they really didn't watch the videos. They didn't really read all the instructions. They just kind of, it's like when my husband's building something that he buys, the bookshelf or something, he's not gonna read those instructions. He's just gonna do it. So that's where I think our habits are, we don't read all the details. So we'll do as much.
What I can do is when it comes down to these alerts, maybe I can work with the team, see if we can have some sort of cookie-based solution here where, it'll say that, maybe every 2 weeks or something like that. When you log in.
Cody, what I don't want you to do, hold on. First of all, what I don't want you to do is say something that you fully can't commit to, and also that has not been reviewed by the administrator and her team and her staff for approval before doing that. Right now, we are receiving
Fair enough.
information from you. We appreciate your presentation. The board is giving some recommendations, but at this time, we are not committing to moving forward with anything without the team and the staff reviewing that as first. What one of our board members brought up is a really significant concern about individuals not having challenges with following the process, with not knowing about their employment and when the employment changed. We have all of those different little situations and individuals, but when we're designing the system, we have to keep in mind of this being more global and also cost point as well. So I don't want you to leave with all of these ideas and come back and give us a workup for $50,000 and we can't accommodate it because we're trying to meet every single individual's needs. That is not the option for us. So I'm hoping that this is a data gathering kind of thing. We can go back as a team, talk a little bit more, look at the cost point, see what works best for us, and then proceed further. So please don't commit to, I'm gonna do this and all of that, and then, we can't do that right now. This is just kind of fact finding and data sharing.
Understood, ma'am. I apologize. Typically I operate in kind of more a problem solving kind of mode.
That's
and
okay,
that's
we
the
get
mindset
it.
I'm in right
We
now.
get it, and we appreciate it. Did we have a conversation about going back? I want to say something to Melissa's point, because she did bring up a good point, because that is a concern. The supervision committee has been talking about different ways of removing this employment verification responsibility solely on HR and the supervisee, because sometimes that's where the ball is dropped. The supervisee will send the employment verification form to the HR person. They'll sit on it for 6 months to a year. And the supervisee don't get it back, but they don't stop their supervision. They think that, okay, I could wait or what have you. So the supervision committee has been thinking about different ways to make that process better. Maybe, and I'm saying maybe for the record, please don't, but maybe removing that HR component out or changing it in a different way where the backs could assist with making sure that the person is verified. Something that even eliminates this whole extra step, or if you will, barrier. So there's been some dialogue about that. So that might help out a little bit too with some of your concerns.
Cody, don't listen to any of that.
Yeah, don't
It's still you and I discussing.
Yeah, it's still kind of right. So there's some things that we're doing on our ends too, that we're communicating with, staff and team and working together on this. Front facing in terms of a social worker logging into our system, I'm asking, to Bora's point, 508 compliance and accommodations or compliance And then also for the dashboard to be user-friendly. We just don't want all these words, all these clickings of the buttons and pulling this layer out, that layer. We really want it to be optically, optically, if that's a word, and also user-friendly, right? And so please keep that in mind when you are creating this. If it's too wordy, it's distracting and can raise a level of anxiety of people trying to navigate. We're also trying to minimize the amount of phone calls that our staff gets. First of all, our staff is happy to answer, they do. But we want to make it where our staff does not have to be on the phone navigating pages all day. So
Understood.
you're looking at the way, to Laura's point, making sure those screens look like that they're user friendly.
And Cody, think about if I'm using my personal laptop and entering information on those pages, if the font is really tiny, because I'm not on a big screen at a desk in an office, it's gonna be hard to see, and there are many social workers that are getting close to emeritus status or a merit status, and that I'm concerned about them not being able to see, to read all that, and many of them don't know how to increase their screen.
If they sit by Jamie, they can help her, because I couldn't see it
And the
until
younger,
Jamie
yeah, the
said.
younger staff are gonna get irritated. Someone's gonna come to them and say, what was that again? Control, slide the,
Yeah.
mouse up. They don't know all that, and
We
so,
need user friendly.
yeah, the initial view of the forms, I'm gonna call them forms, the pages where they've got to enter information. The font is very tiny, but you've got all this landscape, real estate on the screen that's all white. Is there a way to expand that page, so that people who have smaller screens and don't know how to increase their screen size, could read it and enter the information without as many typos, because they can't really see what they're typing.
Which page specifically are we saying?
Any of them, just pull up any,
I couldn't see the license, even when you had the licensee and all the.
when they have
you
to fill
I
out
couldn't see that.
information, any page, whether it's a
Sure.
drop-down box or anything.
Well, it could very well just be my screen. So here, tell you what, let me swap monitors, because the screen that I've been presenting on is my bigger screen. And I have had comments on that before, so let me swap things out real quick. Just a moment.
If you don't mind, while you're doing that, I'd like to make a comment about optics and things. Is that a lot of our applicants do not even use a desktop or a laptop to complete
Yeah.
our applications. They are using a tablet, and some folks are even using a phone.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times, as I am guiding them through different processes, amazingly enough, if I tell them, can you turn your tablet into the side? And then all of a sudden, they are able to see things that they could not see before, and we're able to progress. So I don't know exactly, how you would address that, but that could be something to think about, at least.
Well, what I can say is that all of our websites are mobile responsive. So, and the layouts, of course, change as most mobile responsive websites do. So if you were going to forums, you have this navigation right up here, and you can access your forums. If you're going to your discipline, you can access your discipline from here. Employments, you can update your employment, click on the form, you're brought to the form, you can fill it out. So yeah.
So when, I guess, are you using a sandbox when you show, do you have a sandbox where somebody can test?
Well, this is the dev environment. So this is the environment that we use for testing purposes. Yes, ma'am. So this is an environment, Emily, you should have access to this, of course.
That looks better. And I guess when Emily's looking at it, when it's actually the actual environment, and if she feels like some of the users will have difficulty, she'll let you know. It's just, I guess it was the presentation mode that you had it in.
I apologize.
That's big, I can see
Yeah,
that.
this is much better,
Yeah.
but I still don't like the gray background with the white. It's not ADA compliant, yeah,
Mhm.
so.
Agreed. I did check. It's a bit it's a bit below the ADA on that. So I'll speak with the team. Shouldn't be too difficult to get that color adjusted.
Okay, great, thank you.
Good job.
All right.
All right, any other questions for Cody, for Covalent? With the status of our dashboard right now? Question? Okay, so thank you so much, Cody, for your presentation today. I know that our staff will be in communication with you on any changes. Want to thank Emily and her staff for all of the work that they continuously do with Cody, and our technology chair, Bora, for all the work that she continues to do supporting the staff with our database with Covalent. So thank you all so much, and thank you, sir, for your presentation. We will be in touch. Thank you for your time.
Hey, Cody, just, get with me next week, because it sounds like we have some follow-up to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. Appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all too. Y'all have a good day.
You too,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, everyone, since we have a few moments before our next presenter, if we don't have any questions, we're gonna take a break and then come back about 9:55 so that we can be prepared for our presenter that'll show up at 10 o'clock. So public, just hold on. We're gonna take a quick break. We will return back at 9:55 a.m. Short recess. Thank you. Can you, I still see us on?
I'm trying.
That's all right, no worries. You could just mute us. It's okay.
Recording stopped.
Let me know when you're ready.
Recording in progress.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome. We are returning back from a recess. The time now is 9:57 a.m. At this time, I'll ask for our secretary to call for roll.
Hyacinth McKee,
Yes, present.
Jamie Barney,
Present.
Evan Bergeron,
President.
Melissa Haley,
Present.
Grady George, Laura Pansari, present.
All right, and we also have staff members that are present. If you could state your name and your role.
Regina
Board.
DeWitt, Administrative Assistant.
Sarah Banks, licensing analyst.
Blake Williamson, licensing analyst.
We have Emily D'Angelo that's present, our Administrator and Executive Director. So at this time, we are going to see if our presenter is here. That's available. Let's see.
I'm here.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Marette, for being present. Give me 1 second. And if you could, I know Emily, you're gonna probably allow her the opportunity to share her screen if she needs to share her screen.
She does.
Yes, please, thank you.
All right, can you press the button that sends me, the request to allow you to share?
If I can find that, where is it?
Do you have a green button that already says share?
No, all I see is chat, raise hand, show captions.
Cody was able to promote me to panelists. It's not letting me. Now do you
Okay,
see?
now I see it, yeah.
Great.
Great. And also, there we go. Now we can see your
You
face.
can see me. Hello, everyone. Okay.
Hello and good morning, and I know that you are an hour behind from us, so thank you so much for being here today and presenting to our board. At this time, I'm just going to do a brief bio of you, read a brief bio of you, Marette, and thank you so much for speaking to our board. Board members, you do have in front of you Marette's resume, detailed her experience. She is a licensed clinical social worker and she has a master's degree in business administration. And you all have her vitae and resume and also some talking points that she asked to share. So I'm going to read Marette's bio. Marette Monson, experience, honors, and qualifications in the social work profession, government positions, and the business world are numerous, and you can read about those on her resume. Her preference is to be introduced as a social worker who decided she wanted to be a social worker at 6 years old while sitting on a bench at recess alone, watching all of the other children play in ways that she was unable to. Marette was one of the first individuals with the physical disability allowed to attend her neighborhood school after the passage of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act in 1977. On that bench, she decided that when she got old enough, she would make her profession to teach others to be nice to each other so that everyone could feel included in society. So at this time, I want to take this time to thank you, Marette, for your presentation. And I am going to turn it over to you at this time. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be here. I'm going to make sure that you guys can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Does it say alternate perspective to alternate pathways on it?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and start my slideshow. Okay. So first of all, I really do want to say, I want to express my profound sympathy and sadness at the senseless act that occurred in New Orleans on January 1st. My heart just goes out to all people from the state of Louisiana who are still suffering from that. And to begin, I would like all of the people who are listening to this presentation to take a moment and think about a time in your life when you or somebody else was punished because of the actions of another person. Maybe it was a sibling, a classmate, a coworker who did something wrong, and because of that, the person in charge put restrictions on you. Take a moment and think about that time. And I want you to think about, how did you feel? How did that change the way you looked at the person who did something wrong? And how did you feel towards others who didn't have those restrictions? And I'm going to ask one of the board members if they would be vulnerable enough to just answer those 3 questions for us. You don't have to say what happened, but how did you feel? How did that change the way you looked at the person who did something wrong? And how did you feel towards others who didn't have those restrictions? Any board members like to answer?
How did I feel? I was angry at the time. And what did I think of the person who caused your punishment?
Mm-hmm.
I still loved her. We had a strong relationship. She made a mistake, but I still love her. And how did you feel toward those who did not have the punishment you did? I was appreciative because I didn't feel like I should have had that punishment.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being vulnerable and human with that question. In 2023, I was the chair of the Social Worker Licensing Board at the time that Utah's legislature passed a bill to eliminate some testing requirements and create an alternate pathway that bypassed the social work clinical exam. So I have firsthand knowledge and experience about the Utah law and the ramifications since its inception. I am no longer the chair of that board, and I hold no positions with the government of the state of Utah that previously had restricted what I was allowed to say publicly about this issue. And I currently hold no positions in the Association of Social Work Boards. But let me tell you a little bit about myself. I was born in 1977. 10 weeks premature and had bleeding in my brain, which damaged my ability to relax muscles in my legs, a condition called cerebral palsy. This lifelong disability makes me a member of the largest minority group in the United States. In 2024, the United States Center for Disease Control estimated that 1 in 4 individuals living in the United States, or 28.7%, had a physical disability. Of those, the largest group were individuals with a cognitive or learning disability at 13.9% of the United States population. The U.S. National Institute of Mental Health stated in 2022 that 1 in 5 adults, or 23.1% of the population in the United States, have a mental illness in some severity, which also earns membership into the disability minority group. Taken together, this means around 30% of the total U.S. population belong to the same minority group that I do. Members of my minority group are also members of every other racial group. In 2024, the CDC analyzed reporting of cognitive impairment among 5 racial or ethnic groups and found that, quote, the rate of self-reported cognitive impairment was low, which may suggest underreporting. There is a need to further promote awareness of the disease among individuals, family members, and healthcare providers in racial groups. This underreporting means that racial minority groups have a greater proportion of individuals with cognitive disabilities, such as dyslexia, ADHD, and learning disabilities that have never been diagnosed or received services to help them perform successfully on academic tests. And this is the group that I am advocating for today. So please raise your hand if you know somebody who is a member of this group who is disabled in some way that would impact how they would perform on a test. Thank you. Look around you. Are you surprised? Last year, I was hanging around the legislature to monitor Utah's progress on either eliminating the national exam or creating an alternate pathway when I connected with a master's level macro social work class from a local university who was there to study the legislative process. So I sat down with them in the Capitol Rotunda and explained why I was there. One student raised her hand and said, "Oh, I know the ASWB exam is biased against racial minorities." I said, "How do you know?" She said, "Well, I have this friend and he's Black and he took the test and he failed it, while others who were white didn't. I know it's biased against Black people because he would have been able to pass it if it wasn't." I said, "Does your friend have any type of cognitive disability that might impact how he is able to take tests?" "Oh, yes," she said, "he has ADHD and it's really bad and he's not on any medication for it and he's never received any treatment for it." I said, "Well, don't you think that his ADHD could be the reason that he didn't pass the exam on the first try, not the color of his skin?" She went quiet with a look on her face like I had just said something in a foreign language. I explained, When all we see is the color of someone's skin, we don't even consider other possibilities. And so far, every single case that I have investigated of a Utahn of color who didn't pass the social worker clinical national exam on the first try had a disability, which sadly social workers chose to ignore instead of providing the help and accommodations that that person is entitled to under the law. That doesn't sound like social work to me. And then began the backtracking and the silent head nodding of the students around the table. Oh, we didn't mean it like that. Of course, people with disabilities should get the help that they need to be able to pass the test. But here's the thing. These test takers with disabilities don't know that they need the help until they fail. Most often, they've never taken a high-stakes national exam before, and in some cases, they might not have had access to academic accommodations in the past because of socioeconomic circumstances of the environment in which they were raised and live, so they don't even know to ask for them. They don't even know what to ask for that would help them pass. And unfortunately, in every case that I have encountered, they were never even told there was a possibility of accommodations when they failed the exam by their educators or regulators. Instead, the Utah legislature decided that if a social worker takes the national clinical exam one time and fails it, the opportunity that they are offered is to take an alternate path where the exam is not required. They submit 2 letters of recommendation from supervisors and do 500 more supervised hours. And then the state says that they will be handed the same license as those who pass the exam. On the surface, this sounds like a good, easy solution to the problem. The state of Utah said it was an equal solution because the license issued was named the same and no one would know they didn't pass the exam. They were wrong. This is not an equal solution, not socially, morally, and not even in terms of federal civil rights law. Here's why. Let me tell you about a man in Utah who makes his living as an expert witness in malpractice suits against social workers. His job is to prove that the social worker in question is incompetent. He laughed on the phone with me when he found out about this legislation. We're going to cream social workers in court with this. It will be so easy to prove incompetence. This is going to spread through the malpractice attorneys like wildfire. And he's right. It's easy to put those 2 supervisors on the stand and grill them about what they know or don't know, find discrepancies, and prove that they did not adequately prepare a person for competence practice. And what if one of those supervisors at some point in their career ends up in front of a group of people like you because they did something wrong? Then how does that relate to all of the people that they said they trained competently? What's much harder to do, though, is to put the 29,000 social workers that were surveyed in the social work census used to create the national exam on the stand and question each one of them. Just before the legislation in Utah was passed, a prominent large employer was asking me about what was coming. When I explained about the alternative license, their response was, well, this just means that we can no longer trust the state license will adequately demonstrate competency. We'll have to start training all of our employees that before making a referral to a social worker outside of our agency or before hiring someone for a job, we'll just have to ask if the social work's license came from the alternative path or not, because we don't want that liability transferred to us. And a parent at my clinic told me when he found out about the alternate pathway that the only option he felt he had to do was to petition his legislator to make all the test scores publicly available so that parents could look up if their social worker actually passed the exam or not, and by how much, before agreeing to engage in services with the social worker. Because he said it felt like the state was deceiving parents by calling the license the same thing when it really wasn't. And there's another difference. Having a license obtained by the alternate path makes it so a social worker doesn't qualify for an enhancement to their license or what's called a compactable license, which allows the social worker to practice across state lines in multiple states. Equality in the law is determined by what benefits the people receive from an option, not what the pathway is called or how it was obtained. Groups who have been discriminated against in the past, such as those with disabilities, have learned from history that no matter how innocent and helpful a different path starts out, because of the very fact that this path is different, the system adjusts and the intensity of discrimination only gets worse over time, not better. There is always someone willing to exploit any difference for their own gain at the expense of a disadvantaged population. So I have a question for you. Considering that the alternate path license means that you're unable to practice telehealth across state lines or move out of state for your career options, may be passed up for jobs and paid less, might receive less clients because they choose to see someone else who had a better test score than you, could pay higher malpractice insurance premiums, and will need to defend your competency in court more vigorously than others in your profession, please raise your hand if you would voluntarily choose the alternate pathway if you passed the exam. Look around you. Are you surprised?
Thank
What's
you,
that?
Marette. Thank you. I know that you give this presentation to others, but of course, the board is not going to answer questions, just, because we won't do
Fine.
that.
It's fine.
Please slide through. No worries. We won't go on the record to answer questions, but thank you, but keep going.
In your mind, you can answer them. These pathways are not equal and violate the Americans with Disabilities Act, which says that no entity shall provide different or separate aids, benefits, or services to individuals with disabilities or to any class of individuals with disabilities than is provided to others unless such action is necessary to provide qualified individuals with disabilities with aids, benefits, or services that are as effective as those provided to others. And we've already established that those benefits on the alternate path are not as effective as those provided to others. And unfortunately, to make them equal would require significantly more government regulation and enforcement. You'd have to ensure that employers are not asking about the license pathways in hiring, promotion, or referral decisions, or that potential clients are not considering it when they're choosing a therapist, or that malpractice rates can't be raised, or that testimony in court can't include the differences in how competency was obtained. And then you'd have to monitor all of those things and hold people accountable for violating them. And I'm inclined to think that more government regulation at a time of mental health shortage defeats the primary reason that Utah cited for implementing this solution in the first place. Now, NASW and government leaders in Utah testified to our legislature that the alternate pathway is a choice, that if someone wants to take the exam until they pass it, they can. And they aren't stopping them, so it's legal. But what they fail to recognize is that when somebody has a physical characteristic that is unchangeable, such as a cognitive disability, without adequate accommodations to help them perform that task as well as others, they have no choice but to take the alternate pathway. So let me explain it this way. Imagine that you wanted to purchase a high-definition television. You'll have several options to choose from with different features and price points, but you can't just point and take any TV home that you want just because it exists. Let's say you only have $1,500. Do you have the choice to buy the $4,000 model? Even if there are hundreds of the $4,000 models in stock and no one is saying you can't buy it, does that make buying the $4,000 TV a choice for you? Just because a TV exists doesn't make it a choice. It becomes a choice only when you have the ability to actually purchase it. And likewise, just because the option to take and pass a national clinical exam and earn a license exists, doesn't mean that individuals with disabilities actually have the choice to do it. Those who have already taken the test and failed have actually demonstrated that they aren't able to do it. Therefore, they have no choice but to take the alternate unequal path that leads to discrimination and restrictions for them throughout their entire careers. What makes a choice viable for individuals with disabilities is that they're able to receive the extra help and support that they need in order to take the same pathway as everybody else. That's what federal law requires, and that's what social work values and ethics require too. As an individual with a disability and a social worker, I am heartbroken when I see that instead of offering understanding, extra education, tutoring, economic support, study materials, emotional and study support groups, medication, or testing administration changes, that Utah has resorted to handing out an unequal license to a group of people who are already facing feelings of inferiority, self-doubt, and high anxiety due to repeated failures. And it's been difficult for me to hear from social workers in Utah who are begging for help to be able to pass the exam. And I've had to watch regulators and educators turn their backs, washing their hands of any responsibility to do anything to help them. Because of this alternate path, they are no longer held accountable for the quality of education that someone with a disability receives in the social work profession, and they don't have to give them the extra help they need because, well, they can just take the alternate path. And worse than that are the perceptions within the social work profession that are dividing us. Remember that time that you or somebody else was penalized unfairly for doing something wrong and how you felt towards them? We're creating the same kind of feelings for each other if we restrict everyone from having a portable, compactable license by taking away the test requirement just because somebody couldn't pass it. And we force others who are not capable of passing the test without our extra help to sit and watch all of their colleagues have benefits that they feel they will never have, which creates feelings of envy and pity that lead to animosity. From my perspective as an individual with a disability, this issue is about ableism. Because someone isn't able to do something that others can more easily do, we punish them and create career-long restrictions that apply only to them instead of helping them be able to do it. I promise you, there are other solutions to the very real problem of people not passing the exam. We are social workers, and we can find them if we do what we have been taught to do, which is work together to provide the extra support, encouragement, education, and alternate ways to administer and create test questions that are more friendly to all test takers, regardless of their physical characteristics. Unfortunately, Utah has a propensity to create these kind of segregated solutions to problems. In June of 2024, the United States Department of Justice entered into settlement negotiations to try to avert a lawsuit with the state of Utah. The U.S. Department of Justice stated that Utah violated the Americans with Disabilities Act by creating separate pathways in employment for individuals with disabilities rather than providing the accommodations that an individual needed to take the same pathway as everyone else. The case is still ongoing and a settlement has not been reached, but I have been assured by the attorneys from the U.S. Department of Justice that if a settlement cannot be reached, they will sue the state of Utah and some individuals in it, including the heads of several departments and the governor themselves. Because the Americans with Disabilities Act is the highest ranking piece of legislation in the United States, and it takes precedence over any other law. And the ADA has a specific clause that prohibits licensing bodies from enacting requirements that create opportunities for discrimination against individuals with disabilities. A public entity may not administer a licensing or certification program in a manner that subjects qualified individuals with disabilities to discrimination on the basis of disability, nor may a public entity establish requirements for programs or activities of licensees or certified entities that subject qualified individuals with disabilities to discrimination on the basis of disability. And I'm pleased to see that this regulatory body is taking that responsibility seriously. The ADA includes a provision that eliminates government immunity, which means government agencies and individuals who make these decisions can be personally sued for enacting licensing requirements that violate the ADA. So I'm asking you, if you recommend an alternate path today, how are you going to make sure that individuals with cognitive disabilities are not discriminated against because they hold your alternative license? Unfortunately, I just don't think that you can control all of those elements of the system. But you are legally responsible for creating opportunities for this discrimination to exist. And I can tell you discrimination is already happening in states like Utah that have enacted these alternate pathways. Since the passage of this legislation in Utah a year ago, there has been no gain in the number of social workers practicing in the field because of it, zero. Because, as in Louisiana, social workers in Utah can practice while preparing for the exam under supervision. You do have the time that you need to figure this out and do it right. And I suggest that you do it and create a model that other states can follow that provides the help individuals with disabilities need to take the same pathway to career success as everybody else and doesn't violate our civil rights and those of others that are also spelled out in the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which also prohibits separate pathways based on race and English proficiency. Please remember your answer to that question. If you had the ability to pass the exam, would you choose the alternate pathway voluntarily? I believe you wouldn't. And I believe that all social workers in Louisiana have the ability to pass the exam with support. And I'm asking that you do what we failed to do in Utah and create systems and processes that provide it. Thank you for your time today and for considering my alternate perspective. I'm available for questions or comments if you have any.
Thank you, Marette, for your presentation to our licensing board today. We appreciate you sharing your perspective on alternative pathways and your experience in the state of Utah. We thank you for your time. At this time, I am going to open the floor for any questions from our board for Ms. Marette Monson.
How does Utah know that the test measures competency?
That's a great question. I don't think that the test measures competency. Of course, Utah was saying when they were trying to pass this legislation that the test measures competency and there are other ways to measure competency. So let me explain what I mean. The test is there to measure minimum activities of practice that social workers should know at a minimum. And what it does is it holds people accountable for not following those standards. Okay? But it is not the only thing that measures competency. However, it is the only thing that allows us to be able to hold people accountable because we can say, you knew that you weren't supposed to do this. And it was on the test.
Well, so when you graduate from an accredited school of social work, what you describe, the minimum level of competency, when you graduate from accredited school of social work, you have met that standard. And I'm gonna say that, you know, what I heard, and I'm sure you weren't suggesting, as a Black woman who knows a lot of people who have passed the test, and maybe 30% of people do have a disability, I don't believe that's the reason why they pass, and I don't believe that they need reasonable accommodations. I believe that the test is designed in a discriminatory fashion historically because it demonstrates, cognitive testing has demonstrated that that is a problem. Why not use the alternative pathway instead of testing?
So your solution to this problem, because you can think what you want to think about the test. I'm not here to defend the exam. I don't represent ASWB. Okay.
But you're saying that the test, you're saying you don't represent ASWB, but you're saying the test is the primary pathway to demonstrate. What if you eliminated the test altogether and you just used the 500 hours and there wouldn't be any discrepancy?
It certainly is an option. I'm saying the solution that people are proposing to this problem discriminates as well.
Well, they should talk, the
Creates
solution should be
discrimination
eliminating the
too.
test.
The
It should be
solution
to eliminate the test.
in my opinion, as an individual with disability, that puts me at a greater risk for further discrimination, because you might think that there's no difference in competency, but we're practicing in a society that doesn't feel that way. We're practicing in a society of parents like that individual who talked to me, those malpractice attorneys, and those employers who doesn't feel that way. And those people take advantage of those differences and discriminate against me when I cannot prove my competency in the same way that everybody else does. So I am saying that I need a competency measure that is standard across the board, because when I go into those job interviews as an individual with disability, and I have experienced this personally, they look at the way that I look, they look at the way that I walk, and they say, you're not able to do this as well as somebody else. We're not going to hire you because your brain must be affected because of the way that you look. This is what they say. And they offer that job to somebody else. And that test is what allows me to say, no, I am equally competent as everybody else because I can prove it. And I can prove it in a court of law, not just because two other people who signed a paper say that I am. That test allows me to do that. Now, if you think there are problems with the test questions and how it is fundamentally written, why aren't you taking that up with ASWB? Why aren't you sitting down with them?
I
Good.
do
Please,
all of that. But I
please
think to me,
continue
this
to
is
do
like an
that.
infomercial. This is like an infomercial, and I have a total different opinion about it. So I just like you had your time to say all this, I'm gonna be real clear. I totally disagree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
You can totally disagree with me, that's fine. But I'm an individual with a disability and our points of view need to be
I'm a
heard.
Black woman.
We don't feel like the test needs to be eliminated. We want an opportunity to be able to pass it and to receive accommodations that allow us to do that.
So Ms. Munson, I want to
yes.
stop, I want to stop you here because I want to make everyone aware that this is our licensing board. And we have a board member, and I respect you being here, and thank you for sharing your perspective. We have a board member that has a differing opinion, and as a board member, she is a board member and a leader of the community. She is entitled to her opinion on this. And so we want to make sure that we could keep this environment one in which we can engage in dialogue about this topic. We all know it's a very, very passionate topic about protection of the public and profession and all of that. So I just want to keep both of us in mind of that. It is a heated topic. It is a heated discussion, and I'm grateful for all of the minds that are here today that are willing to share in this discussion about this matter. So are there any other questions from the board for Ms. Munson? And thank you again for your perspective, Ms. Munson, from the perspective of someone with a disability on this issue. And thank you for coming today. We are grateful for you. We have another question. Don't leave yet. I think we have another, do we have another question from the board?
Uh-oh.
Is she back over here? Yeah, she's still in.
1 second. I hope you're still there. I think we had, do we have any other questions from you? If we didn't, but I do want to terminate properly and thank you for the time today.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Just trying to remove it as a panelist. Ms. Monson?
How did we end her? Did we
We'll
just?
call her next. It's saying remove as a panelist, but then I don't know if she completely,
Did she hang up?
her number's on this thing, I'm gonna call her.
Let me see.
I
if I can reach her
apologize.
too.
Hmm?
Let me see if I can reach her as well.
You have it?
She's still there. She says she's still there.
Oh, okay.
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 Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm still here. Sorry about that. I was removed as I think removing me as a panelist she did something. So
Thank you so much. We just want to thank you for your time, and we thank you for your perspective as an individual with a disability. And thank you for the additional information that you provided. If we don't have any other questions from the board for Ms. Munson, we are going to thank you for your time and move on to our next part of the agenda.
Welcome. I appreciate the invitation to be here. I know that we can respectfully disagree, and I have to say Louisiana is the only entity that has asked to hear this perspective. So I think that's very commendable. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monson. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. All right, folks. So we're gonna move on to the next item on the agenda. I think we're doing,
Can
yes.
we take a 2-minute break?
You want a recess? You want us to go into a recess?
It's very brief.
Okay, at this time, we're being asked by a board member to go into a recess. So we will, what time will we come back out of recess?
10:40, is that okay?
10:40. We'll come back on at 10:40, y'all. We'll take a 4-minute recess break.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Or let's see where we were.
And we're on.
Okay, greetings, everyone. Look at that. You know, social workers, we said 4, but it took us a little longer. We're at 10 minutes. So now we're back in public. What we're going to do now, am I muted?
No, we're on live.
Thank you. What we're gonna do now is return back into public viewing. It's 10:49 a.m. At this time, I'm going to ask for a roll call.
Hyacinth McKee,
Present.
Jamie Barney,
Present.
Evan Bergeron,
Present.
Melissa Haley.
Present.
Trinity George, Boris Ansari, present.
All right, and we also have our staff members that are here with us. Could you state your name and your role, your position with the board?
Blake Williamson, licensing analyst.
Sarah Banks, licensing analyst.
Regina DeWitt, administrative assistant.
And we have Sherry Morris that has arrived, our legal counsel. Thank you, Sherry, for coming here on a Saturday. My goodness. And our executive director administrator, Emily D'Angelo, present. So at this time, we're going to move on to the next item of the agenda, which is the examination committee recommendations. I am going to turn the floor over to Jamie Barney, who serves as our exam committee chair.
Well, thank you. After that last discussion, I'm gonna pass. I'm joking. I passed a copy of the report to everyone. And, so I'm not going to go through all of this. I know it probably looks like a lot because I wanted to showcase the thoughts and all of the information that was considered and went into the recommendations. So we're not gonna go through all of this. It's for your review, and throughout the past year and a half, this committee is older than my 1-year-old son, because I remember I was, pregnant when we started. And so this is just going through the information that has already been presented to the board, on what actions we have taken, just to show that we took a lot of time, a lot of thought, and we're very careful in, coming to the recommendations that we are going to be giving today. So, we added just very, very brief review. We added the examination ad hoc committee after ASWB's release of the exam pass rate analysis in August of 2022. We received several requests from the Council of Social Work Education and licensees in Louisiana to suspend or eliminate the examinations. And so, Dr. Ruth Weinzettel was appointed as chair and I co-chair to start looking into things. So we started with 2 town halls where we just got public opinion, recommendations, experiences regarding the exam. Each town hall had hundreds of persons, a lot of commentary, and that was just for us to receive information. So after the town halls, we recommended that we get a diverse group of committee members to review all of the information. And the board staff in newsletter and constant contact sent out information to all licensed social workers in Louisiana, asking anyone who was interested to to submit a letter of interest and a resume indicating their interest in joining the exam committee. So the committee is comprised of a board member, of myself, office staff, which is Regina, came to every meeting and was such a big help. And then Dr. McKee appointed 2 license types of every person with a master's degree in Louisiana. So 2 MSW LCSWs, 2 MSW LMSWs, 2 MSW CSWs, and 2 MSW RSWs. So we can have all the different perspectives, and they also were invited from different parts of the state of Louisiana. So over the course, just a disclosure, there were 4 persons who were discharged from the committee, either at their request or their inability to attend or participate in meetings. But there still was representation of every license level. So instead of adding more persons, we continue with the committee. So we received information from the Council on Social Work Education, October 3rd, 2022, asking us to suspend the use of the ASWB exam until a thorough analysis has been completed, which would suggest evidence-based recommendations to correct for inequities. Then we also received some information, ASWB released a statement August 2022, and to sum it up, their stance was that the disparities that were observed in testing are representative of the disparities that are seen across all dimensions. And so they don't think the test is directly biased per se. They think it is pointing out the bias that already exists in society. And so they noted what they were doing, that they were taking some actions on the short term and long term to kind of correct and try to help test takers have more equitable outcomes. We also had a representative from ASWB attend every committee meeting, so they would provide updates on actions of ASWB, and then respond to inquiries of committee members during a meeting, or they would send us we got so many memos from ASWB, but it was all great information. And so I'm up to page 4 now. Just flying through. So in the town halls, so now I'm getting to the meat pretty much. So within the town halls, the vast majority of the feedback focused on the master's examination. It was very little feedback on the clinical exam, which makes sense because if you can't pass the master's exam, you're not going to get to the clinical exam. So we see more of the disparity there. So there was a lot of information about, a lot of feedback about the testing anxiety and the impact that has on a test taker. A lot of persons are very intimidated by it because they're aware of the pass rates now. The exam is not a valid measure of competency for social workers, as evidenced by experience of persons who are skilled social workers that repeatedly fail the exam. And again, this is not my views. This is the information we got from persons that participated in the town hall. That the master's degree from an institute accredited by the Council of Social Work Education should be considered sufficient enough to demonstrate competency. A lot of complaints about the repeated expense of exams and study materials for persons who are failing, bias and questions related to marginalized populations, and the disparities in pass rates were prevalent in all institutions. So some major themes from persons who submitted information in favor of keeping the exams, consideration of the impact of removing the testing requirements on licensees who have already passed, how the exam serves as a tool to demonstrate competency and safeguard the public from incompetent practice, the unintended consequences of removing the exam, like if there would lead to social workers not being able to bill insurance anymore, and suggestions to hold learning institutions responsible to teach what's necessary to pass the exam. There was also a lot of suggestions regarding ASWB's master exam, which is something, we have no control over, but that test takers should only retake the portion of the exam they fail, potential licensees have an alternative pathway to achieve an LMSW, which is something we can look at. And more information being gathered prior to making a decision, such as if test takers went to virtual school or brick and mortar, or full-time versus pastime and master's program. So we reached out to several entities that directly we felt were stronger stakeholders that were well vested in this issue. And that included all 5 of the schools in Louisiana that have MSW programs. So that was Grambling, Louisiana Christian University, LSU, SUNO, and Tulane University. We also reached out to the Greater Baton Rouge Association of Black Social Workers, the Louisiana Association of Clinical Social Workers, NASW Louisiana Chapter, New Orleans ABSW, North Louisiana Regional ABSW, and asked for any information that could assist the committee in formulating a recommendation. And so we received feedback from Greater Baton Rouge ABSW, LSU, and NASW. And so I included the commentary from those persons. So some of it might not read great because I was transcribing what was said and trying to remove, like if a person repeated themselves. So it's not a direct transcription, but I did represent their thoughts as a paraphrase, right? So that's why I didn't put quotes because I don't want to misquote anybody. So Greater Baton Rouge ABSW, they recommended ceasing the LMSW exam, noted that the person who submitted the information and several peers had barriers as it related to the exam. And it's a professional hindrance for many social workers of color, as a majority of individuals who struggle with the exam per ASWB statistics are people of color. Dr. Livermore from LSU School of Social Work attended a meeting and provided the feedback listed. An assumption that because there are structural issues that put certain groups at disadvantage is somewhere outside of the exam itself. The ASWB exam is perpetuating the bias in exams. We should be above what society is doing with people as social workers. When you have schools that have very high pass rates, there may be selection bias from a research perspective. At LSU, when there was a GRE requirement, exam pass rates were higher. When we removed the GRE requirement to make our program more accessible to everyone, not just people that were trained up from when they were young to be good test takers, our exam pass rates went down. As a university, we're committed to making sure all of our students do well and have taken a number of actions to remedy that and try to improve any disparities that are there. ASWB cannot push the disparities on society and raise their hands. We need social work researchers to audit what they're doing, what is happening that we are not treating people equal. If there's inequity at the end, we have to do everything we can at every level to fix it. Will Francis submitted in writing, and then he attended a meeting and provided verbal feedback as well. So that's why there's 2 bullets. So he said NASW strongly supports a more equitable path to licensure that includes possible alternatives to the ASWB exam, but it would like to highlight that the compact legislation requires that anyone wishing to practice in other states through a compact license must pass a qualifying national exam after ratification of the compact by 7 states. So at this point, it was anticipated to happen, which we now know it has happened. The newly formed compact council may create rules that allow for an alternative pathway to licensure outside of an examination. But at this time, a compact license requires the passage of an exam at the bachelor's, master's, and clinical levels. NASW Louisiana would like to see the LABSWE explore alternative means to support candidates for a license in the state. This could include exploring waiving the exam fee after an initial failed attempt, connecting those who failed the test to free ASWB testing resources, and advocating to ASWB to create a new qualifying national exam that is not a multiple choice test, but instead assesses competency in a different, more culturally sensitive manner. And then verbally, he noted that he knows that there's a requirement for a fee to be assessed in legislation. So maybe charge a nominal fee like $1 for retakes, and states work with ASWB to create an exam that is not multiple choice. ASWB has the ability to create a new type of test that would suffice. So then, this is the additional information that was considered, that we discussed at length. So, we looked at states that have eliminated and suspended the exam requirements, and the information on the impact was limited due to this being a relatively recent decision. So one of the committee members was reaching out to state boards to get, feedback, and, there wasn't really much that could be said. They couldn't really give a lot of results because, it's a more recent thing. And Regina, if I misstate or missed anything. Okay, thank you. Okay, so, then we looked at exam requirements for other Louisiana licenses, like we talked a lot about LPCs and how, they take the one test instead of there being, like with the master's level, you're taking a LMSW and LCSW exam. We looked at existing alternative pathways to licensure in other states, like Texas and California. I know there were some changes, so it wasn't necessarily the most accurate information currently, but just what other states have done. We discussed, and ASWB updated us with implemented and planned changes in process since the release of the data, including the vendor they used for testing, and how that there's an anticipated change that persons will be allowed to test in their own homes. So that hasn't happened yet. They went from the 4 questions to 3 questions, are in the process of transitioning, those type of things. We looked at the differences in the amount of clinical course content in accredited masters of social work programs. That was a big part of the discussion. These exams have a lot of clinical content, and the curriculums of schools are not necessarily required to have clinical content to be accredited by the Council of Social Work Education. And then the language in the interstate compact, currently RSWs in Louisiana are not required to test. So RSWs in Louisiana would not have an option to participate in the compact. And if the exam was suspended or eliminated for LMSW or LCSWs, then persons without that license, persons who did not pass that test, would not be able to participate in the compact. So these are our recommendations. For RSWs, the committee proposed adding an option for persons eligible for RSWs to take the ASWB bachelor's level exam. So the recommendation is not that the bachelor's level exam is required. The recommendation is that it is available as an option for RSW licensees that would like to participate in the compact. The licensees that do not want to participate in the compact would not be required to take the exam. The licensure requirements in Louisiana will remain the same for bachelor's level social workers that only want to maintain licensure in Louisiana. For the CSW, the recommendation is to remove the 3-year provisional timeframe that master level social workers are able to hold the CSW license. So the recommendation is that all master level social workers are able to maintain a credential as long as they meet all of the other requirements for that credential, with exception of passing the ASWB master's exam. There's no proposed changes to the scope of a CSW. They will not be able to participate in supervision towards the LCSW until they pass the master's level exam with this proposed change, but they will be able to maintain a master's level scope of practice while they're in supervision. So that would assist with persons, the job security issue that has been noted in persons, hopefully, persons leaving the field because of, not being comfortable practicing with the RSW after obtaining a master's level license. And CSWs would not be able to participate in the compact, so we'll only have single state license option. That's just a note. For LMSWs, there's no proposed changes to the scope or requirements to obtain or maintain a LMSW. So persons who pass the ASWB master's exam, as currently required would be eligible to hold the multi-state license as a part of the compact. And then for the LCSW, the proposed recommendation is to offer alternative pathway to obtain an LCSW for persons who meet all current LCSW requirements and failed the ASWB clinical exam within 10 incorrect answers of a passing score. So the LMSW who fails the ASWB clinical exam by 10 or fewer answers of a passing score would have an option to retake the clinical exam in accordance with current requirements and timeframes in place, or obtain an additional 500 work hours under the supervision of a BACS with focus on the exam's content area with the lowest score within 1 year of the examination date. Master's level social workers who obtain an LCSW via this alternative pathway, of course, would not be eligible for multi-state license. And 10 incorrect answers from a passing score, just of note, is also the standard that allows persons to receive a waiver to retest with ASWB within 90 days if they fail the examination. The LCSWs that pass the clinical exam as currently required would be eligible to hold multi-state license as a part of the compact. And of note, ASWB offers an advanced generalist exam for MSWs with experience in a non-clinical setting. After discussion, the committee decided not to recommend adding a license type with advanced generalist exam. So with the submission of this report and recommendations, the business of the examination ad hoc committee has concluded. A further examination committee meeting may be scheduled if follow-up information is requested by the board. The examination committee thanks the Louisiana State Board of Social Work Examiners for the opportunity to research, discuss, and formulate a proposal to address the disparities identified with the release of data from ASWB on examination results while considering the best approach to safeguard the public from unqualified and improper practice. So, any questions? Y'all were very quiet.
Any questions at this time for Jamie regarding the recommendations? Exam committee recommendations? We all look quiet.
So I know you put this in writing and stated it, but you guys did invite feedback from all these other social work organizations, and it looks like only a few of them responded.
Yes, I actually got responses from several others that said, I'm going to give you a response, but they never provided the response. And I followed up and, was like, hey, we're meeting tomorrow. Just want to remind you, and I didn't get anything back. And that was in March.
So what would be, this isn't necessarily for Jamie, but what would be the next step?
Yeah, so if y'all don't have any more questions, I have a bigger question. First of all, I want to thank the exam committee. Y'all have been, I don't know, was it fall of 22 or somewhere along that line? We established this committee and have been trying to consistently meet since its time, and we are entering in 25. So first of all, thank you for Jamie for leading that committee and serving as chair of the committee, and to the members of that committee to drive up here and work on this recommendation report and doing that over the past couple of
Thank you.
years.
And Dr. Weinzeller as well.
Yeah, and Ruth Weinzetter, who actually started out with you for the committee. So thank you for that. I will, to Bora's question, and I do have a question. I know, Jamie, that you have extended several invitations to associations as well as schools of social work to provide their perspective on this. And if I'm overreaching, I also think that you asked them to not only attend the meeting, but also put something in writing to help this exam committee. And I want to say this, the exam committee was comprised of licensees who volunteered their time to come up here and meet. Sometimes 2-3 times in a quarter to try to put together the work. And I do not recall, and I'm not calling anybody out, but I'm calling everybody out. This is a serious matter for the protection of the public and what we're going to be moving forward as social workers. And I'm telling you, it's disheartening for that committee to come here. And there were times when people in the storm and rain tried to get here and put things together and did not get, we're actually somewhat disappointed and dismal with the response we did not get. We expected a greater response in terms of attendance for this exam committee, as well as things in writing. Am I over speaking, Chair?
You're not over speaking. The only thing I want to point out is the public, there were a lot of social workers who
We know that there were social workers on the call and Zoom call. That's not the
But
point.
yes, I agree.
What I am saying is that we know that this is a huge monumental undertaking that is going to require more than just a dedicated small group of individuals who have volunteered and brought their time here to put this together. We have been doing this exam committee since 22. And since December 22, there have been significant amount of changes, whatever side you're on, in the middle, whatever, there have been changes on both sides regarding this issue nationally. Since that time, we've had an interstate compact that has passed in our state that has information regarding the exam, and at no point have we gotten any more feedback at the request of the exam committee. I have watched the videos and I have seen these people, 4 and 5 people, work hard. And at times I would venture to say, and I could be overstepping, struggling to try to come up with recommendations and plans to accommodate the entire state and 9,000 licensees. And also at the same time, Louisiana prides itself as being a model. We want to be a model of how to get things done. And so to all of the work that the exam committee has put in, I venture to say that we can do way more of supporting whatever the recommendations that this committee comes up with more individuals who can weigh on this. Where are the experts? Where are the statisticians? Where are the heads of the universities that speak to this? Where are they? And yes, you're gonna call me out, I'm gonna be on social media. This is social work profession. Louisiana can do better than this. We can be the model. I am grateful for the work that the exam committee has done. Thank you, Jamie Barney, for putting this together, but guess what? We need more than just this. 4 or 5 people trying to come on a Friday. So my question is, I have several questions about this report, and it has nothing to do with the work that they have dedicated. How are we as a board going to manage, or who's going to be the one that creates the alternative pathway, manages that? What's that system going to be like? How do we make sure that the points that we come up with to say how many you should pass, you couldn't pass, how do we know that that's statistically significant? I'm not a statistician. See, those are the kinds of questions that I can't answer because that is not my area of expertise. So the call is for social workers to stand up, whatever side you feel passionate about, whatever side you feel is best. We need you. So thank you, board, committee for this. I have a lot of questions, but I just don't think that it's fair to thrust all those questions on, Jamie Barney and the licensees. I have a lot of questions about this.
About the recommendations or just the?
About the recommendations, but I don't think that it's to me, it's such a heavy lift, Jamie. So, and I don't want to, I don't want to put that lift on just this committee. This is the great recommendations. Why can't we take these recommendations and let this serve as a catalyst for bigger discussion for the experts that are in the schools of social work? I only see a response. And I'm telling you what I'm seeing with my eyes, and I'm not calling anybody out. I'm being respectful because I'm being respectful. I only see one written response from one university. One written, I don't go to only one graduation. Where are the other schools of social work positioned on this?
One verbal.
One verbal. The data that's published indicates the pass, test, fail rates of not just the one university that provided our executive committee the response, but all of the universities that are considered as accredited by CSW. All of that test data is published. And I only see one written recommendation from one university.
So it was just Greater Baton Rouge Association of Black Social Workers, is that what ABSW
Yes,
is? And then LSU School of Social Work and NASW.
right.
Those are Louisiana, and those were the only 3 that responded in writing. And then the verbal came from.
The verbal came from LSU. The only 2 that responded in writing was NASW, LA, and Baton Rouge, ABSW.
Okay, so the LSU one was a verbal.
Yeah, verbal, that was me,
Okay.
yeah.
So it wasn't written.
So it wasn't
Oh, I
written.
misspoke.
Okay.
I misspoke.
So just 2 written feedback from ABSW in Greater Baton Rouge and NASW LA. and then one verbal from LSU.
Yes.
So this is a hot topic, not just the exam, but the whole process of licensure. I mean, we hear constant public comment about how it's discriminatory, the whole process is discriminatory. We got to do better, but then nobody else is stepping forward to say how we're going to do it better.
Right.
And as social workers, I feel like, yes, we're supposed to advocate for our communities, our profession, and we do a great job of it. People get very passionate and speak out. But then when it comes down to actually coming up with a plan and putting it down on paper, it seems like nobody wants to take on the responsibility. They just want to voice their opinions, but not help with the solutions. So what do we do? I mean,
Right.
we're saying,
I
hey,
have
we
a
need more
suggestion.
feedback, but what do we do to make everybody participate?
Can I say one thing? The IOC, was it our last board meeting, submitted something, but that wasn't included because the committee had finished meeting. So their recommendations weren't included, but the IOC did submit something.
After the exam committee had been meeting for 2.5 years,
Yes.
we got something in writing
Yes.
at the end, but the exam committee had concluded.
Yes.
Thank you for noting that.
Thank you.
So I want to say one thing is that you can't change the past, right? So the future is definitely option. So if we are entertaining that, we can definitely get those people to the table. And emails are not gonna work. It's what you call home visits, where you're gonna have to go and you're gonna call these deans. We have relationships with them, we know them. It's not enough, because these deans and other volunteers, they have a lot on their plates. And for them to come here during work time and drive, they cannot do that. It's challenging for them. So the open meeting laws and requirements prohibit people from being able to do that.
They can
So
still write something and send it
what I'm
in.
saying, I believe if we really want that information, we can get it. I don't think that what you have defines what you can get. I think it's a great start to demonstrate what we have. And this is an opportunity to use this document to reach out to those people we want to hear from directly and say, can we get a response, or this is what we want from you? So if we want to get that, that can happen. So I don't know if we have the ability
So
to do.
Melissa, so I hear what you're saying, that is correct, and I agree with you 100%. But I want to state for the record that the exam committee has been meeting for 2.5 years. I want to state for the record that the exam committee has reached out. And I'm not on the exam committee. All I do is appoint. I'm telling you that these people has exhausted that, and they did reach out in email, writing, call, however, at the meeting saying, hey, y'all watching us, come. I saw them do everything that they can from their ability to reach out. They met for 2.5 years. They met one time and didn't meet again. 2.5 years, some to the point where I had to say, Jamie, y'all really gonna meet again? She was like, yeah, we're
Well,
meeting in 3 weeks.
I'm hearing
and so
about this
there's
since I've been on the board, and that's 3 years,
So
yeah.
we're not, so I don't want, so I'm saying with you, we're saying the same thing. Yes, serve as a catalyst, but we've been catalysting, is that a word? Catalysting for almost 3 years, right? The data was published in 2022. I'm just saying.
That's what I'm
and-
asking.
And since that time, I'm coming, I promise I'll let you in. Since that time, there have been publications, right, of test results from schools. Since that time, people have continued to take the examination for the LMSW, LCSW, since the time, the publication of the data. And so I don't want to minimize what that exam committee, every 2 to 3 weeks, they was in here begging people. I didn't say ask kindly, begging people to provide their input. And the public did attend via Zoom. They did. But what we need is for those those leaders of social work, those ones that are at those higher education institutions, those department heads, those statisticians, those type of people
And
to
these
come together,
organizations.
to come together and provide input. So to Bora's point and to your point, where do we go from here? That's gonna be up to because the exam committee has concluded. They have provided their recommendations from what they have been able to do. So where it goes from here is, in my opinion, it's on the profession. Because I don't think that people could make the assumption that the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people on this board could handle all of this and create this on their own. I
Or
just
even
don't.
make decisions, because if we voted on this, guess who they'd be complaining about?
You can't imagine that we gonna take liability.
That's why I was painstakingly careful to take my time and write out all of the ways and people we got information from and all of the stances and how we came to the decision we came to. You know, like it was trying to include as much thought as possible.
Is it appropriate to email this to all these associations, organizations, schools, to their heads?
I would say if
And
we
say-
want to get the information and talk about now why we haven't gotten the information, that's two different things. Because again, you can't change the past. If what you're saying is we want to hear from these heads, which I totally agree with, I think that's easy to
I
do.
think sending them something, because I'm more likely to respond to a draft of something than telling me, can you draft this? If I get a draft from somebody, it's easier for me to give comments and feedback than for me to just send comments based on nothing that I've gotten. So
And I think it's a good thing. See, when we say the word "we," that means you and me and everybody else. I mean, I'm just telling what we're dealing with. This committee has met for almost 3 years. This is not like it's yesterday, and so that means everybody. Like what are, not delegation, but actual work, right? And so I'm not saying that to you like.
Oh, I can get the feedback. If we're willing to entertain that, I can do that.
What we need.
Would love to.
We would need is social workers, like a task force or some sort to galvanize, to get together and put pen to paper. To use this as a, like you said, a catalyst to work at the exam committee and take this and run with it and come up from utilizing all of their perspective. If you're asking for guidance, we need ASWB, they attended the meetings. We need CSWE to be a part of this. We need the university to be a part of this. We need organizations that hire social workers, department heads that hire social workers, associations to all come together, pen to paper, sit down, be thought partners, and come up with a full draft, discuss all options, alternate everything. Do a complete walkthrough, because the exam committee of LABSWE has done what they were needed to do.
Well,
We are done.
ASWB is a beneficiary.
I'm sorry, LABSW is done. Well, okay.
They are
okay,
beneficiaries.
To your point, and to your
They are,
point.
and
To
I'm
your
not
point,
sure
Mark.
why we would need them to be at the table. We know what their stance is. Their stance is, regardless if it's oppressive, it's oppressive across the country, we'll continue to oppress. We get that. So for them to be at the table where looking at this dollars, and if I add these percentages up, they've made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of test takers all across the country as well as in this state. So they're beneficiaries to whatever is wrong with them. So for them being at the table, which they've been at the table from what I read, but if whatever can come back, if whatever the outcome it is, I'll be more than happy to ensure that we get the feedback that we want. And if the board identifies what, I would love to be able to do that, because I am very passionate about this topic. And really, to be honest, it's the main reason, the only reason why I applied for the board, because the discrimination is so glaring. And it's okay to have Black social workers going in people's houses and going to do work that clinicians are not hardly doing. It is okay to create a caste system of social work and not really, and say, well, nobody came and well, a lot of these social workers have serious barriers that prevent that. But I would be more than willing to get the feedback that we want to what this document is, and then be able to formulate some new
Why
direction.
don't we send it to all these organizations, and then Melissa can hound them 2 weeks after they've gotten it
I would
and say,
love
why
to.
haven't we gotten any feedback from you? Why haven't you? Because I think we've got to send them something, and I think we're hopefully more apt to get a response if we send them something and say, here's what's been drafted. What do you think?
So this draft that's been sent is recommendations from the committee. It doesn't necessarily, and it should not be represented as recommendations from the full board either. So we don't want that to be
Right.
confused, right? Because I'm gonna be honest with you,
Yeah.
I do, and I respect the committee's work, but I do have some concerns about
Yeah.
how do you,
Well,
how do you
every-
actualize some of
Every
this?
page says.
I mean, I'll be happy. I know, I hear what you're saying, but if I don't know the answer, or if I would, don't mind, but I would rather have because we already put a lot of work in, and I would rather discuss whatever questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I'm a big fan of use it or lose it. And so I feel like this committee has worked very hard and has come up with some good recommendations. And if people have been asked to provide feedback and they have failed to do so, then they have consciously made a choice to be left out of the decision-making process.
Well, I agree to some extent on that, but I think, well, me personally, I am more apt to give feedback if I have a draft of something that you have given me. So I think it would behoove us to give them the benefit of the doubt, these associations and organizations, and say, here's what we've done in the past 2.5 years. Please give us your thoughtful feedback on this. We really would like it by, and give them a certain date.
I also would like their stance on it.
yeah,
I
yeah,
really would like
yeah.
people to take, and I'm not, but take what's your position?
Tell us
I would like to
something,
know
yeah.
what's the position on it, particularly when you start talking about, what universities are experiencing, right? I would love to hear what we would love to hear, and correct me if I'm wrong, hear the perspective of the universities. These students are attending the universities, they are coming out, they're taking an examination, and it's not passable. However, whatever side is on. So we need the voices of the university. What's your perspective on it? What's your experience on it with talking with the students? Since we have a question, number 4, offer alternative pathway to obtain LCSW for persons who meet all current LCSW requirements and fail the ASWB clinical examination within 10 incorrect answers of passing a score. I'm gonna just throw that out there. How would that be met, how do you get that? Like, I'll make it clearer. How would you, one, know the incorrect answers? First of all, how did y'all come up with the number 10? That's the first question. So, and I'm not a statistician. How did the committee, and that's why I don't want to put this on the committee, because I believe it's bigger than the committee.
Yes.
How did the committee come up with the number 10? Why did the committee come up with 10 incorrect answers of a passing score?
So, the discussion, when we were discussing the alternative pathway, it was like X for a long, like when we were brainstorming and stuff, there was no number for those reasons. It was just by a certain passing score. And so after some dialogue, like 6, 2, 4, 10 is the number that ASWB has come up with to say, if you fail the test within 10, then you don't have to wait the 90 days to retest. You can go ahead and retest then. So we adopted that same metric.
So let me tell you, and I hear that. So the argument will be, why are you utilizing the very entity that we have issues with as a guidance, as a way, as the foundation to make a determination of your 10 points, if that's the entity that we have concerns with? So why are we using them as the baseline for that? And why, and I know I'm almost running to finish that.
How many questions?
Why not 5 points? Why not 3 points? See, this is what I'm talking about in terms of that's not my wheelhouse. And I think that, having the right statistician.
So the committee decided, like the decision was made to keep the test keep the use of ASWB exam when thinking of the impact of the persons who want to practice in different states and the social work compact and the potential impacts that would arise in regards to being able to bill with different insurance companies, like those portions of it. So since the decision was made to continue use of the exam, then we're still maintaining that ASWB holds a standard. To answer your question on why we're using the 10 points that they have identified and used, even though we do take issue. The committee does still take issue with the disparities, but this was,
Right, and
Yeah.
so, again, to respect the work, and I don't want, we're gonna be going on forever. That's why I know that this is not good, you know, this is.
No, that's fine. I just wanna have the dialogue instead of, cause we already put a lot of work into this.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah, so, the biggest, issue that I've heard from the public has not been the, elimination or removal, if you will, of the LCSW exam,
Correct.
right? The biggest conversation or concerns that I've heard from the public is to eliminate or remove the LMSW
LMSW, right.
exam. My question is, why would the committee not also consider removing or eliminating the LCSW exam?
LMSW.
No, I'm gonna say this correct.
Okay.
The biggest conversation has been
That's the one that.
you see where I'm
where they can
going.
Work more.
That's where I'm
independently, and They
going.
wanna work independently.
So why wasn't there a conversation? I'm not charging the committee, I'm just saying.
Mm.
Why isn't there a conversation, dialogue about removing the LCSW exam? Why isn't there dialogue and conversation about, if we are saying that examinations, publications of information shows that are there not disparities in the LCSW exam as well?
There are
Doesn't-
disparities, but not as much as the LMSW.
But there is disparities in the ACT exam, the GRE exam, the LSAT exam, the MCAT exam, the exam you take in second grade, the exam you take out of high school, there's disparities on exam. My question is, was there a discussion about, and why wasn't there a discussion? It's not a charge on you, that's why I know it's big.
Yeah, no more disclaimers.
Discussion,
Yeah,
right,
that's
so
fine.
why are we not proposing that as a recommendation to eliminate the LCSW exam if we know that there's disparities that rest there as well?
So the committee didn't propose to eliminate any of the exams, if you know. But again, for those same reasons, the potential, fallout, the unintended consequences that may arise if we completely eliminate the LCSW exam.
And if we could, so the committee has not proposed to remove the LMSW exam as well.
Correct. It's not
Okay.
proposing a removal. The proposal is to remove the 3-year provisional license.
Okay.
So you
I
can
remember that.
continue to practice as a master's level social worker, even if you don't pass the exam.
Well, it's my contention is that most people wouldn't even try to be clinicians if they could practice independently as LMSWs, contracting, doing macro work and doing other things. Clinical social work is a specialty. It is a specialty. I've been practicing social work for 30 years. I do not want to be a clinical social worker. Never have wanted to be a clinical social worker. So to suggest that a 30-year practitioner cannot work independently because they are not a clinical social worker is challenging. And that's what the issue is. If LMSWs in this state, because they can in others, could practice as individuals, they can practice as individuals and didn't have to get the clinical license, then it would eliminate that. It seemed, what I understood you to say was that the problem with a lot of people, they can't even get to the clinical license.
Right.
But most people, if they had more flexibility in the LMSW, wouldn't even try to be clinicians because it's a specialty.
And to your point, Melissa, this is what I'm saying about more engagement and thought. So the LCSW is not allowing clinical practice. It also allows independent practice, which speaks to another concern that you have that again is needed when you're drafting and making such huge changes. You understand? It's bigger than 5 or 6 people trying to drive up here every other Friday to put something together. So to your point, yes, there are other states that are expanding this whole, the licensure to macro is what I'm understanding. And there are other states and possibly some talk in our state, because I remember a survey going out by a group of social workers. I want to not call out, maybe IOC did a lot of work around that, asking people their feedback on macro. So what I'm saying, you're saying what we're saying together. It's gonna take more than 5 or 6 people coming together every other Friday to do such a big change as that. Independent licensure is LCSW in this state. To your point, if there was another option, you see what I'm saying? So this is what we're talking about.
That advanced general.
So, and that's my question. Why did y'all decide advanced generalist? And I know we used to have it and then we got rid of it.
Yes.
So what?
So that was, I think, I can't remember. I'm searching my memory banks. I think the fact that it was adding another exam. If I remember correctly, it was the scope, of practice would have to be defined. And then would it be recognized and accepted? Like there was an idea that there was be an inferiority associated with it because everyone, kind of has their mindset on LCSW as the top. So there was a belief that it wouldn't be considered equitable, right? It wouldn't be an equal license. It would be, people would look at it as something less than. Mhm.
Well, they don't nationally. Nationally is a difference between, it's almost another specialty
Mhm.
that you're dealing with something differently than clinical social work, which, the chair also always points out, it's not it's a specialty. It's something that you want to do. But the mere fact that you got to pay somebody or go through this, go through 300 hours and then even the 500 hours, because 500 hours is going to be extremely expensive even afterwards to,
I mean, the 3 month, 500 work hours.
500 work, so they don't have to do it.
No, not five.
Oh, that's
No,
good, because I was like,
yeah,
my
that's like
God, that's a
3
lot of money. I was like, that's a lot of money. And I was like, who's
No,
gonna,
that's more than the
who's gonna pay all of
original
that? So
96.
the work hours make sense.
Yeah.
But I do think that, it's the one thing that we're not addressing, and I just want to put it out there, is the historical discrimination in standardized testing. It is unfortunate that we're saying the only way we can have equality or demonstrate competency is through passing a test. Now, and then a one-time test. So you sit down, you take a test one time, you pass it, you competent for life. We do this, all you need is CEUs for the rest of your career in order to stay competent. No matter what you take them on, 3 hours of ethics. That's all you need. So it's just important to realize, what is there not another way that people can demonstrate competency? And I just don't feel like the test, and nationally, all of those entities, NABSW, NASW, CSWE, ASWB, they get together quarterly and they go through everything you're saying and they go through all of this. And since 2021, still the same spinning of wheels of what's happening and the same beneficiaries for the negative outcome. So I just think that
But
it's interesting.
I hear your point, and you make a good point, but we still have to continue to try, right? We still have to continue to try to bring our minds together to come up, what's the best outcome for Louisiana? We still are charged with that, and so that is what the ask is. And there are several questions that I have about this, and I'm not gonna take up the whole time to do that. One is how is all this gonna be managed? And how's we gonna be able to assess the validity of it? And my other question is, with the evolution of the competencies that are set forth by the Council on Social Work Education, how do we know that those competencies are measurable to what actually the market is requiring of us as social workers? I can get into a big, deep conversation, and I'm an academic. I don't have full faith that the competencies that are created by a set of people actually are measuring or trying to measure what the market is requiring of us to provide to our employers as a social worker. So I don't want to put all of social work's dirty laundry out there. I have no problem with my tie being right here, my top job, but we have some serious work that we need to do as a profession to look at what we're actually putting out there. And if our competencies are aligning with what the market is requiring of us, which is the public, to provide. And so this is why this does not need to be a full conversation for 5 or 6 people, or even just this board. We have a bigger conversation.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I'm gonna promise Dr. Bourne, I'm gonna let you have it. And in terms of the uniformity of our license, I can go all day. Every state has every different type of social work designation known to man. QMRP, 3RS, 2RS, and I can't even go in Kentucky, you call one thing, in Louisiana, you call something else, in Hawaii, you call something else. No wonder why the public is so confused. Y'all read my newsletter. We have some work to do in terms of uniformity of this profession before we start going around making all of these proposed changes by 3 or 4 people. So the ask is that we convene a larger, and people are committed to get together and bring, like your point about macro independent, that we get together and pull together a full draft on how we propose to make changes for our profession, like we did years ago when Millie, that was my dean, so I could say Dean Shaw, she was my dean when we used to travel up here to Baton Rouge when we were doing the changes to the Practice Act 98, 99. The way people galvanized and tried to get together for that. We need that kind of social work, whether you agree or disagree with each other, right? We still need us to do that together for this. This is a huge text. Dr. Borney, I'll turn it over to you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just wanna point out, I think you're right. And I think this is a big decision, and I don't think the full weight should be on that committee to make the full decision. Let me just say that for the record. But I also wanna say, as we've pointed out, we have been aware of this since August 2022. It is 2025, and running behind adults who are vested in this or should have a vested interest in this is going to take much more time, I think. I think we need to be careful about not kicking the can down the road for 5, 6, 7 more years. I don't think we can say we are going to trust the Council on Social Work Education, the Association of Social Work Boards, and the universities to get together and come to an agreement across all of our states about what this should look like.
Not
You know,
across
like
all
there's
of our states,
still,
but just for Louisiana and
or
the
even just for
association.
Louisiana.
I
But
think I cried now. I think people are hearing us now, and I'm feeling that we can pull this off. I mean, I know you're saying kicking can down the road, Doc, but I'm feeling we can do this. Go ahead, I'm listening.
I'm sorry.
y'all, I'm getting frustrated.
All right, okay, well, we'll let you go ahead,
Go.
because we don't want you to get frustrated. Go
Thank you, I'm
ahead.
trying.
Yeah.
Okay.
She got your man.
Huh?
Go ahead.
I heard that.
So, I just want to be careful about not putting things off for too long. If we are going to convene the experts and the thought leaders in Louisiana to review recommendations, to come up with more recommendations, whatever, there's gonna be a group of students graduating in May, they graduate in December, and they about to struggle with this exam. And some universities, less than 20% are passing.
So.
And for years at this point, since we've been
I think
aware.
a deadline is needed.
Yeah, we can do a deadline. I mean,
And then a month before the deadline or weeks before the deadline, Melissa will call each one of those leaders
because I'm
and say,
trying to
hey.
I'm gonna call them before I send it, let them know they coming, and when it comes back, because that's how in my opinion, I agree with you and I agree with you as well.
Mhm.
We do need to get the feedback, and we also have to look at, because I do have to just be clear that some of these organizations that we talking about nationally said before this exam ever existed was really clear about what the outcome would be from the onset. And it did nothing to prevent this from what the outcome that's happening. And I can show it to you.
What you mean?
Or before LA, long before, Lee Carey, Fannie Lou Hamer, Ida B. Wells, Millie Charles, all of these great social workers that we quoting, not one of them passed the ASWB exam. And they're acknowledged all over the world as being great social workers and great activists. So if Millie Charles and Morris F. Jex and all these people out here who we call great social workers never passed the ASWB exam, and they demonstrated competency that we're cheering about, it must mean that you don't need a test in order to demonstrate competency. But now that the test has been put in place, it defines the level of competency for a social worker. So it's not that people haven't done things openly, because Millie Charles was strongly against the test before it came out. However, the test still exists. So what I'm saying is that we can, now that we have this information where people have the ability to see what's come forth, I do believe that you will get feedback. I do believe that people can make recommendations, and then it would demonstrate that we reached out with what we had to get feedback.
I'm looking for a task force, though. I'm looking for more than just an email in response to what the work of the executive committee. I'm asking for a full task force of leaders and all of the people that, to come to the table to come up with a full report of what recommendations should be for the profession moving forward. I'm looking for bigger than just from this exam committee. That's the ask.
So
Does the task force mean people gotta drive in from all over the state
gonna be
to
a
come
public
meet?
meeting.
Is that what that has to
This
be?
is the thing, Melissa, I don't have any, directive on that because we were required as open meetings law as it comes to, the board, right? Because we have open meetings law, but I can't speak to about people traveling. All I know, this is an issue that involves the transformation of our profession in the state. It's an issue that impacts the public that we serve. And so the commitment is a task force that's committed to come together and really think these things through on, and also develop a plan on how we roll these things out. You know, ideas that, like one, the 500 work hours under supervision, how is that rolled out? Just certain logistics, how are things going to be actually rolled out? Like, these are, ideas or suggestions, but how do we put this to practice? How do we make this realistic? So I can't speak to that, but the ask is a task force. I don't know if that's something that the associations could take the lead on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering. That's why I was asking, because if you ask LSU or SUNO, if we reached out to them and asked them to form a task force, ask for the feedback and ask for them to form a task force, you may be able to get greater feedback and they may be able to meet without some of the challenges of having to physically come here to come to a meeting. So if we could do that in the ask, when we reached out,
I
ask
think that's
any
what
of
the ask is, for me, certainly, is a task force to really review all of this information and come together and come up with a well-documented plan on how to proceed.
I was picturing, send this, have Melissa hound them, give them a heads up, and then the ones that really respond, they might volunteer to be on a task force. And I think the task force can start online because they're all over the state and we want representation. We want real diverse representation from associations and the universities. They're all busy. Some of them aren't comfortable driving long distances because, they're older and have their limitations, but we want to hear from them. So start it. Get the associations and universities to form this task force, and they can start online. Then if they feel like they need to meet in person, they can decide that. But it's easy nowadays to email each other stuff and talk on the phone and through a Zoom meeting. And because they all do that in the universities and the associations. And so that's how I picture it. And then we really get some real involvement of social workers from all the different communities in the state, and then see what happens.
Yeah.
But
I'm thinking the task force could comprise, and please help me, universities, CSWE representative. We need that because the competencies, there is talk in the nation. All the competencies aligned with what the market is demanding of us to provide as social workers. It's both ways, it's bi-directional. We have issues with the test, but we also there's some people that have issues with the competencies. I'm gonna be real honest with you. And so we do need CSWE representative at the table. We need ASWE at the table, all the universities at the table. We need department people that hire social workers, that have employers that employ social workers. We need those individuals at the table. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion regarding that. And if Melissa would like to serve as the person that will be the one that would take the lead on getting the associations together, the universities together, the Council on Social Work Education, ASW, all the stakeholders, and try to convene a task force to have a discussion about this. I'm happy to assign that to Melissa to do that, to have all, and we want a full representation of all who touches social work on that task force. Even if we have students too, it's okay to have people that pass the test, did not pass the test. It's okay to have LCSWs. Go ahead, Doc.
Say something first. I think that's a good idea and I think Melissa would do great with it. But I am wondering why we're doing this, why we didn't do that first. I'm feeling like my time was wasted.
It wasn't.
It
This is a
wasn't,
great-
it
this is-
wasn't
this is
wasted.
an
Don't take it
outstanding-
personally. Don't.
And I am, I'm trying, you know.
Mhm.
It was part of a conversation that was needed.
Yes,
Before,
y'all,
it
y'all
wasn't,
worked
there
on
was no
this,
dialogue,
yes.
now it is.
And nobody would have done this. And y'all did it thoughtfully with different demographics, social workers helping with it.
Mhm.
Now we got something, because if we had said to all these associations and organizations, free for all, y'all write something, they wouldn't. They couldn't because they're so busy. And this way, this was
They're so
thoughtful.
busy.
I know, but this was so.
That's why I'm taking it personally.
It's not that we, yeah.
Oh my
This was
God.
So thoughtfully.
Social
And
work.
now you got something that, to me, yeah, they're gonna nitpick, but they can't nitpick as much because y'all did do it so thoughtfully.
And then they can add stuff to.
Yes.
And I think
More
these
graphic.
persons will have great insight. I don't doubt that. I think this is a great idea. This is why we reached out for them for
Right. But they didn't
information.
do it, I think.
I
they
know,
did
but
this.
I'm being transparent, you know, and I hope that the task force is able to get a much better response without the limitations of the open meeting law.
Mhm.
So your time won't be
Well.
Mhm.
Regina, how do you,
Discounted.
is it me? What are you thinking? Okay. Okay.
Well, you certainly didn't think y'all was gonna put this out here and we gonna say,
No.
yeah, I mean, you.
No,
certainly
I
knew
didn't
it was
expect,
gonna be a big step.
I didn't expect the motion today on adopting recommendations.
Right.
Okay.
But, I didn't think we were starting from scratch.
We not.
This is
We're not.
not.
Thanks to
Let me
you.
tell you why I think we are, in a way. Because this, like the group sat and there was a lot of information gathering, there was a lot of dialogue, there was a lot of disagreement. You know, like this wasn't a bunch of people that came together and was like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. We started off on opposing ends, but after ongoing dialogue for over a year, you know, we came to a place of consensus. I feel like when you get together, this group coming from a bunch of different perspectives is gonna do the same thing. Cause like, we're not gonna put all these persons in a room and they're gonna be like, you know what?
And that's okay, and that's
And it
okay.
is, but that's why I feel like, I think it's needed though. I'm not against it.
Yeah.
I'm going, you know, but, you know, just
But-
speaking out I guess the frustration, so. You have anything? I don't wanna, cause you've been doing as much, if not more than I have. We're trying to get all this together and keeping me together.
Understand and agree with you. A lot of work was done for this, for us to be back to square one. You know, you did reach out to the organizations and now we're right back to doing that again after 2.5 years. So I completely agree.
Evan?
I just wanted to make sure everybody remembered that the Practice Act does require an exam approved by the board to be passed for the LMSW and LCSW. So just remember that, because I know we were talking about like allowing someone to not pass the exam, but just remember that. I just wanted
That it's
to
in the
make sure.
Practice Act.
Yeah, it's in the Practice
Mhm,
Act, so we can't do
absolutely.
anything about it.
We can't do anything about it, and so thank you for that. We to Melissa's point, we were not going to be able to act on these
Right.
recommendations today. We couldn't be able to say, oh, we vote to accept these recommendations. So it doesn't, this is a system and we are building it, this plane while people are flying on it, but.
But the task force can. So that's the difference, because we can't, but if the task force can do that and come up with a way to advocate for whatever their recommendations are, and and use this as a baseline in terms of how to develop what it is that they want to develop.
So Melissa, I want us to be clear though in terms of, because you serve as a member of the Louisiana State Board of Social Work Examiners, right? And so we don't want it to appear as though this task force is a LABSWE task force. It is not. This could very well be something that, and I honestly think it should be the associations that's trying to take the lead on this, on the universities. I'm serious, because of what our position is as regulators. Whatever the law and rule is, we're gonna be, accountable for. So again, it should not be, this is Melissa's task force. This is what I don't wanna happen, right? I want it to be able to be an opportunity for associations to hear what our recommendations are. And it sounds like our recommendation is that a task force be convened, not an LABSWE task force. We want people to understand that. It's not. So don't come to the next meeting saying, where y'all recommendations from the task force? We won't have that. It will be from the associations, the universities to come together and have a task force.
So the task force will be convened to make recommendations regarding the exam, but it is not. So what are we?
I think
I'm
the task force, I think that's okay. I think the task force responsibility will be to review, this whole issue around the examination, review it from soup to nuts, have all the stakeholders involved to come together, have dialogue, conversation, thought partnership, strategic planning, goals. What are we going to do moving forward? And I'm thinking similar to what we experienced years ago when we had to do the Change the Practice Act. Although the outcome may not have been everybody agreed with the outcome, but I'm envisioning something of that nature. I would say you can start by pulling the associations in, but again, it's not Melissa's task force, it could very well be, that we're starting it from here.
So whose task force is it?
It would seem to me that we're presenting this information and asking for feedback and asking that they
That they
get
make a task
together
Yeah, that
and
they
have
make, it's not
have
gonna
a
be a
task force
LABSWE task force.
regarding, what needs to happen and have an idea when we can get feedback in terms of how it's moving and, get feedback
I
from
just
them.
see this as a way to be a catalyst, and Melissa's just corralling everybody because she's good at, telling people, hey,
We need you.
we need you, you gotta step up, quit, just talking about it, do something about it. If not you, then who? That's what I picture Melissa doing. And they come together, and it's so important to get everybody's, every representation, north, south, east, west, geographical, different types of social work, organizations, professional, whatever they represent, to have a say in some of this. It may not work out to where, every group gets what they want, but at least they had a voice in it. And I know we've said your voice matters, but they haven't responded. But I really think it's because they didn't have anything like this to.
No, they had this.
Yeah, but they, how people are. That's how I am. I'm much better about giving feedback when you draft something for me.
Yeah, no, I get
So
it, I get it.
your work, this is stellar in that I know it took you guys so long to put this together. But now they've got something instead of just bullet points that are brainstorm ideas where nobody's gonna respond. This is organized, and so.
And we want to
when you
make
look
this
at it-
clear that these are recommendations from the exam committee and not from the full board as a whole. This is the outcome of the exam committee, in what they're.
That's why I added
thinking
it to
about.
the top of every page.
Yeah,
Yep.
this is not the.
It's
full
the
board.
exam committee recommendation.
And you
Right.
dated it too.
Right,
which
and
is
I
great.
don't, right,
Yeah.
we don't want this to be thinking, oh, this is from the board, so I just want us to be mindful of
And that
that
it's
too.
set in stone.
Right,
because
and that
your-
it's set in stone, we don't need more confusion.
So is there anything from what I discussed that needs to be added or amended here before we send it out? Cause
No.
you're talking about sending this.
The reason why I say no, because it's not it's not the voice of the board.
Okay,
It's not the voice of the board as a collective. The question is, if we are agreeing to let this go, if we want this to go out, we need to make people understand that this has not been voted on. This is not the voice of the board.
What about though adding a few things at the end, like items to be considered? How would this be managed? Those things for them to be thinking about, because they're gonna come back with ideas saying, I like this, I don't like that, or how about this? But then afterwards, if they also, okay, these are our recommendations, then we'll be back to drawing board about how is this governed, how is it managed, how is it processed in our state? And those are some things that would be nice, I think, for those different entities to say what they think.
So we need logic models for all the recommendations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
That's what,
That's
that's
what
what,
they do,
that's
That's
what
what they do.
And we
Yeah.
have some exceptional social work leaders in this state that can put that together and they sleep. Like I know of some that can put it together and they sleep. So that's what we need to call to the table. So any other questions regarding the exam committee? With the exam committee, we thank you for putting this together.
yeah, and let me say these people's names. So the wonderful, incomparable Regina DeWitt. Y'all don't have to clap for everybody, but I'm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll just save the applause for everybody else. I mess up her name every meeting and she corrects me so gracefully every time, but Jennifer Harrier, Tamika Long Cohen, Susan Hutchinson, Karen Freeman Price, Jocelyn Roberts, Michael Rosales, Jarnisa Wade, and Nakara Williams. So I especially want to thank Jennifer, Tamika, Karen, Jocelyn, and Susan. They made many trips to go over everything, and I don't think Regina ever missed a meeting.
You don't need to say where each person's from, but just generally, what areas of the state do they represent?
Interesting.
Is it?
So New Orleans, somebody was some hours away up north. Where was she from? You know?
Fort Polk area? Okay, so the center of the state?
And some other places.
But it wasn't just from South.
No.
And I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, no.
Because I signed the mileage things and I was
Yes.
like, wow, these,
Yes.
it's a real representation.
Dr. McKee appointed and took that into consideration when making appointments, the license level and a location to make sure it was representing a diverse group.
And I do want to, were the age ranges in the different tests,
Yes.
are there?
Yes, different age ranges, different races, lot of variability. So again, we did not come to the table in agreement at all.
Right.
At all. But we got there and it was a beautiful thing to see.
Thank you. Great job.
Okay, thank y'all for your work. Okay, so, wow, that took longer than we thought.
So there's no need for a motion because this is an action by the.
I'd like to make a motion to thank the committee.
That motion.
Yeah.
There better not be an objection, I tell you that.
Thank the committee.
Kevin, don't do it.
Good job.
Okay, so, all right, so it is 12. What y'all wanna do? I just need I'm trying to fill the pulse of the room. It's 12.
We got two
We have two things left. We could take I think lunch is here. We could take a 30-minute lunch break and then come right back on at 12:31 if y'all want, or 12:34. And then I think we're doing pretty good. We cooking with gas. We can be out of here timely today if we want to be alone. Okay, all right. So at this time, we'll take a quick 30-minute lunch break. Thank you, public, for your attention. We'll be back on at 12:35. Thank you so much. Oh, we need a motion.
No, we don't
need a motion.
You distracted.
I just want to show.
I want no trouble.
I want no problem.
I go to the bathroom, that's what I'm. Yes, ma'am.
Because the next thing is gonna be all presentation from, legal counsel. And then this is quick.
Recording
And then
stopped.
we'll table, so we'll be out of there. But I didn't wanna just. Ready? Are we-
Recording
can we
in
move forward?
progress.
Okay. We can move forward, okay. We have. All right, so everyone, thank you. It says you are muted, but I don't think so. We're not. Hey, y'all, we're live. Just letting y'all know. All right, greetings, everyone. We are returned back off of our recess. It is the time is now 12:35 PM. At this time, I'm going to ask for a roll call.
Right? Tyson McKee,
Yes, present.
Jamie Barney,
Present.
Evan Bergeron,
Present.
Melissa Haley.
Present.
Trinity George, Boris and Zeri, present.
All right, and we also have our staff members that are present. Can y'all state your name and your role with the board?
Blake Williamson, licensing analyst.
Sarah Banks, licensing analyst.
Regina DeWitt, administrative assistant.
And we have our administrator, Emily D'Angelo, executive director that's present, and our legal counsel, Sherry Morris, that's present with us. At this time, we are going to go right back to the agenda and move to consent agreement and orders for unlicensed practice. I'm going to turn the floor over to Sherry, our legal counsel, for that, or who am I putting on this? Or just to make certain.
I think I could provide some background
All right, let's
information.
get Emily to start it off.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so you guys were given a chart that was developed by the board in 2011. So it is time to revisit this. And in discussions, with Sherry, I think we have some other recommendations for the board to consider. So this is unlicensed practice. If the person had obtained their license at the time that they should have, how many renewal cycles have we went through? And so we want to consider charging a renewal fee and requiring the continuing education that should have been done initially.
Charging a renewal fee and say the last thing, the continued education?
So there've been a number of unlicensed practice cases, and I know we had, when I first started work for the board, I don't think a lot of them were being handled, and there was a change in the law to take that function from the Attorney General's office and give it to the board council, which took some time. And so it seems like we have a number of unlicensed practice scenarios that have come up. And they come up a lot of times when there's an application for a license and they put their work history on the application. You could see what they're doing was practicing social work without a license. So if, for instance, you have been working in a capacity, you got a degree and you're working in a capacity for 1 or 2 or 3 years before you actually apply to us for a license, it seems like this chart, you're getting, if you had done what you were supposed to do, you would have paid 3 years of licensure fee and you would have done continuing education each of those years that you had a license. So the fines didn't seem like they are consistent with that.
Okay.
In a way, but it's something that you all needed to look at. And when Emily and I discussed it, and she said it was from 2011, I said, well, it's, I think, time for maybe to be looked at, but kind of, you know, if you practice for a year without having the license, you didn't pay the license fee and you didn't do the number of continuing education hours that you would have done if you had gotten the license. So that was kind of how I was looking. I was like, well, you kind of got a pass because you didn't get caught. Right. So, the chart was based upon, like Emily said, you know, the first column, the number of months
Right.
that had gone, but we've seen some that are more than that, more than the 24 months.
What's the application fees?
The new ones?
The proposed ones, yeah.
Is it, let me get this straight. Is it 50 for RSW? It's in our side, our binder too. I don't, that's what I'm talking about. It's 100 for LCSW, that didn't change. 100 for LMSW, that was an increase because it used to be 75. And then an increase for RSW from $25 to $50. Is that, off the top of my head, this is what I'm thinking. Is what
The recommendation is, that's in the proposed rules is for the renewal fees.
Oh, for the renewal fees.
yeah,
Right.
not-
I think- Is that what you're asking, Jamie?
Yeah.
She was asking for that, okay.
Right, but you said the fee was 75 and it's actually 50 for LMSWs and going to 100.
Oh, it's 50 for LMSWs? I thought it
Yes,
was 70. I'm
renewal
sorry.
fees is 25 for RSW,
Mhm,
50 for CSW and LMSW,
mhm.
and 75 for LCSW and LCSW backs.
That's what it is right now. Well, she was asking propose. Propose is going up on 100 for LCSW, 100 for LMSW, and 50 for RSW is what we proposing. Yeah.
And so when you say the fines didn't seem like they were in line with what the person would have been paying.
So you have the ability to fine them and these were the fines that were in place. But they, in addition to that, they're doing an initial application, but they're not being charged a late fee. Like if you apply late, if you renew late, you're paying a late fee. But if you're, so in a way, they're either late
or they've been in violation because they've been practicing. And this violation is kind of based upon one day, one violation, but it just seems like it's more than one violation. If you've been practicing for 6 months, you're violated the law every day that you practice, right? So, the mission was to try to get the applicant compliant, you know, and also to protect the public. But if continuing education is required to protect the public, then it just seemed not to connect if we have a person that's been for 3 years, not doing the continuing education, but they only then have to do 12 hours when you would have to do more hours to keep your license.
Is the proposal also to change the fine amount? I hope I'm following this right.
And we're just bringing it to you all, but I mean, it was when I was asked to work on an unlicensed case. First of all, it was old, and it was, you know, before any of these people were on the boards, before I was doing the work for the board. So if this is a good chart and y'all are good with it,
Are the fees comparable to what you've seen in other boards? This chart is the 2011 chart. We're in 2025. So what do you?
so this chart would enable Emily to send, you know, to offer the consent when she gets an application. If there's no other allegation that there's a violation by this person, or there's no criminal background or any other thing that would require the board to look at the application, she had a form consent agreement in order that she could send out, and if they would accept those terms, then it could just, the person could be licensed at the next board meeting.
Are the fines in line with what you've seen at other boards?
That's what I was asking,
Do
yeah.
they make more? And their licenses probably cost more than $50, $70.
No, some of them less.
Really?
Right, yeah. But I mean, I guess it depends upon how you all view it. But I mean, if a person's been working for a year, I mean, they have a salary based upon, you know, what they're doing, and they should have had a license. It's, you know, they earned a salary for a year possibly. Some of it could be part-time or whatever, but it seems like, I don't know if it's enough deterrent to get people to not practice without a license either, so. But when you're practicing without a license, then you're not doing the continuing education that a licensee would have to do. And you're not paying the renewal fees that a licensee would have to pay. And in some cases, a late renewal fee. So,
What's the late fee again?
The late fee is double. Yeah.
So the fine is more than the proposed application fee and the late fee combined. So the question is, do we wanna add, or do we wanna consider, I guess? Or do we think that's sufficient? I definitely agree the continuing education requirement could be changed. I'm not really. The only thing about the fines that's stressing me out is this 50 cent.
What did you say? I couldn't hear you.
The 50 cent, like the 187.50 and the 566.50. The 50 cent is bothering me, but other than that.
I like even numbers.
Just round up.
It was they used some percentage. And-
Oh.
Yeah, that's.
They should have rounded up.
Yeah.
So first I want to ask, what y'all thoughts about charging the renewal fee? Like, if that's something that we want to consider doing or not, I am open up the floor for discussion and or a motion regarding charging that renewal fee.
The reason I'm kind of okay with charging the renewal fee is because with the fines, they have time to pay it. And so if it was a renewal fee, they would have to pay it to get the credential. But I do think the fine amount is, you know, hefty enough. So, you know.
Any thoughts about the charge and renewal fee? Jamie said she's gonna.
So you're saying, Jamie, just leave it at the fine? Because you feel like it's pretty hefty?
I think the fine, yeah, I don't think I don't think the fine is unreasonable. I think it's,
Yeah.
yeah, so when I say hefty, I don't mean like exorbitant. I just think
That it-
it's more than, like, you're gonna end up paying more than you would have paid if you would have just done it the right way. I guess that's what I'm saying. But I think it would, I like the idea of paying before, like paying to get the licensure. So that I think would be the benefit of adding the late fee. Or, yeah,
The late
what fee did you,
Late fee is the renewal fee? Is that?
are we using that?
So if
interchange?
you renew late, there's a late fee, but there's no late fee associated with an application,
Mhm.
right? This is an initial application, so they're not paying as much as somebody would have paid if they were late on their renewal.
Okay. Any other talk? Is that a motion? Do we have a motion about the charge and the renewal fee?
It wasn't a motion I wanted to, I was open to discussion.
Are we still discussing? If not, we can open the floor for a motion for that. Would you?
And then I just want to ask that you consider each of the terms. Do you consider that reasonable? Is that what you, because look, depending on how long you work,
Mhm.
some of these people would have to do a certain amount of supervision.
Correct.
So, I just want to know that y'all feel like this is reasonable. I would not want to come back to the board that with a consent agreement in order and you be like, where did you come up with this? I want the board to look at it and make the decision that you agree this is, reasonable sanctions.
Mhm.
Right, and that's what we need to also talk and digest as well, to Jamie's point about the 187.50, I think that's ridiculous. Like, if we change the 50, I honestly think, I'm in favor of going to $200, honestly, just make it around $200.
Why you just skip over the 8?
And, well, because I think that it's just too much with the 88 and 87. I think if we do talk about increasing fines, I see no issue with that level one going from 187.50 to 200. Like making it solid, and then also with the level 3, the 562.50 going to 565, 600, I'm just saying that we need to have a talk about that. Because if you were practicing in Louisiana for 24 months without a license, 24 months you've practiced in this state without it, this is unlicensed practice. I take issue with that. I'm sorry, I just do, because we have people that are doing what they need to do to get licensed. And so,
Well, then you wouldn't have not had 2 years of continuing education.
right.
If you had applied.
If you had not applied, right, so I think that's also the questions too, so. To the first question, do we have a motion regarding charging the renewal fee, and then we can kind of chop up what we want to do with the charge, anybody? Do we have a motion regarding charging that renewal fee?
So adding the renewal fee / late fee.
Mm-hmm. Anybody? And if not, it's okay, we just gotta think this through, right? Because the staff is bringing this to our attention, and then we'll talk about the continuing education component too as well.
So
Because
this,
that's the ask.
So
this is time consuming, right? To have to, is that what why would we charge more? Why would we charge the late fee, I guess?
Well, Emily, could you answer that? Or Sherry?
I mean, a lot of them come from the application, so the information is there. Some of them probably do require a little bit more information as to what their job.
Like more work
duties
on the part of the
are.
board so that's why we need, yeah.
Some level of investigation, but
Mhm.
a lot of them are obvious on the application, seems.
And so the
Right.
fines are covering our investigative costs? I guess?
So, I'm not a social worker, so when I have a question about something, if it's not something that I can bring to you, I use my complaint consultant.
Mhm.
And then, how does Jim come into this?
So if we get a complaint against someone and they are, practicing without a license and maybe somebody's complaining about something they did, so it's all together in one complaint. So it's, that one is gonna go to the complaint council, because of the complaint and unlicensed practice. Some of them, I think the ones that would probably be this is only for individuals who will file, who will agree to the consent. So I think it's more, this table is gonna be used more for when the only issue is unlicensed practice, mostly coming in on an application, though it could come in from another sort, it could come in from a complaint, and then there is some level of investigation to determine whether this person is practicing without a license. So there is some investigation fees depending upon the circumstance.
And then those are added to the consent agreement? The
They have
investigative
not
fees?
been in the past.
They didn't really be using that chart.
I know on the consent, you know how it's like you gonna do that, you're gonna pay the cost of the investigation, so that those aren't in there?
No, they haven't.
They haven't been, but maybe that's a column that you want to add.
That makes sense, like, I'm just trying to understand what the ration, yeah.
The cost for that.
Yeah,
Cause we've been spending a lot more money on legal,
Some
so.
of them don't require much investigation because it's obvious on the application, and others do require investigation.
Okay, I'm all for that then, we can add a column. Or would that go under the fine amount?
Well, you could put costs in a separate column.
So make another column and just says cost, and then it would be for legal fees, investigation. I mean, we
If
can,
they apply.
right. So some kind of way we have to say that it's legal or something, we would have to note that. On there. So, thanks for clearing that up. Any other questions? I know we like at dun, 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 like people are kind of simmering down now.
So you'll know what the law states in a disciplinary case, 2717, the fine is up to $1,000. And then you can also have probationary terms or any restriction on the license. So I think the supervision is kind of almost like a probationary term, or a restriction.
I'm really okay, I know it's a lot we're looking at once, but the RSW, because this is based on a license they're applying for, right? So I'm applying for LMSW, I never had a license, I obviously didn't know, because I just put all my work experience on the application like we cool, and then it's a problem. Now LCSW, there's no excuse, like, cause you're supposed to have a license, right?
Yeah, I don't know if we have too many.
That situation only arises
Yeah.
Okay. When somebody with an LCSW in another state moves to this state
Oh, yeah.
and doesn't apply.
Okay.
Okay, so again, did someone say they were okay with the charging of, well, we got the information from Sherry about why we have that fee. Where are we with charging a renewal fee and that late fee? But where are we with that? Do we have a motion for that or not? If not, it's gonna stay the same.
So it's adding a renewal fee and a late fee, right?
Yeah, you would add that to the, you could add that to the fine amount. So the fine is up to $1,000.
Okay,
And so level 4 for LCSW, you have the $1,000, but really, I mean, this is a consent agreement, so you're not really seeking the maximum fine. But if it's 24 months, it's not one violation. It's every day that you practiced is a violation, right? So this is a very discounted rate. So you can, in the fine column, whatever the renewal would be or whatever the late fee you would add it in the fine column.
oh, so just add that
Right,
fee
'cause you're
to it.
not-
It don't make no sense to just So whatever whatever that late fee is, it will be added to the fine fee and account, and that would increase that number up. So, okay.
So, okay, so there's a fine amount, a renewal fee, and then a
It's
license.
not renewal.
Right, it's not renewal. I'm
It's a
sorry.
fine equal to what the renewal
Okay.
fee would have been.
But
Right.
you would double the renewal fee, basically, so.
If it's late, yeah.
So it would be like for an RSW at level 4, 500 plus 100. Is that correct? Like,
Right, so you.
Right, because it's
so it
500
wouldn't be
plus
150, it would be 100. Okay.
Right.
So that's what we're talking
For the
about.
RSW?
Cause it's
Level
50
4.
times twice, right?
Right.
It's two times the license fee is the late fee. It's
So they not
twice.
paying the application fee?
They are paying the application fee, but if they've been practicing over 12 months, then they are kind of like being exempt of it.
No, okay, so for the example of the level 4 RSW, so they would pay the $500 fine plus the $50 application fee, plus a $100 renewal, $100, whatever we're calling it.
No,
I'm trying to see why that's not
no,
50.
Not that 50 in the middle, it'll be there 500 plus 50 plus 50.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
That's
it's
what I'm
twice
trying to
the amount of the
clarify,
license.
yeah.
right,
Yeah.
okay. Okay,
So it'd be 600
Right.
Yeah.
technically, if we added
Yeah.
to that fine amount, instead of making it, we add it, it'd be, right? So that's why the dialogue is, are y'all in favor of,
So-
charging that?
if we add it there, then they still have the 12 months to pay it. It's not something that they'll have to pay initially.
Right.
What the consent says.
Consent
is
agreement
whatever
has
the
a
consent
payment
says.
plan over.
Yeah, it does. No, I mean, you have to pay the application fee first.
To get the license, right?
So we would
Yeah.
be adding the 50, like they'll pay the application
So they would
fee.
pay 50 and then 550?
Is that what it's saying?
I thought it was 50, and then it was the late fee 50 times 2, which is 100.
In their application, they already sent in the fee.
They already sent in the $50
Right,
fee,
so-
that's already done.
Mhm.
But now,
And that
the
covers the
late
cost of
fee
issuing the
is
license.
$50 times,
500.
right,
So there is the
times
application.
50.
So the application of fee is not applicable because they've already applied.
They already
And then that's when we
paid it.
realize, hey,
For most of them,
Yeah.
yes.
That's when we
Unless get
find
a
out that they're
complaint,
unlicensed, right, they didn't already paid that.
Okay, if we get a complaint, then they have to pay the application fee plus.
plus the.
Sure, well, that's
600.
one way to settle the complaint is to say, okay, well, I'll.
We saying
get
the
a
same
license.
thing.
Y'all, 50
So-
plus 100 or 50 plus 50?
50 plus 50.
Y'all knew that saying the same thing.
50 plus 50, yes,
Okay.
we are saying the same thing.
Okay.
We are saying the
That's
same
late
thing.
fee.
The 100, the 50 plus 50, right, okay.
But initially, you only gotta pay 50 when you do your application. And
Correct.
Once they found out you've been out
That's
of
the cost
compliance,
of
then
the
you
board
pay
issuing the
50.
license.
Then you pay
right?
50.
Yeah, but
Correct.
late fee plus
Plus
the
the
500.
50.
Plus the
Okay,
50,
okay,
right.
okay.
So we saying 600,
Mhm.
Jamie, it's really 650, but we don't put it up there, because the reason why it's 650, because there's $50 for that application fee that they already paid. They
Right.
already paid
And
the
those who
$50.
haven't paid will
650
be.
is 600.
No, it's 600 in terms of the fine, but the other $50 is what they paid for the application fee. That's what I'm
It's
understanding.
not, it's 500, this what the fine is 500. They already paid the 50, which is not a part of the fine. The
It's not
50
part
is your
of the fine.
application.
Right.
And then you got the 500, so when you get your consent agreement, they're gonna say, you gotta pay this $500 because you've been out for over 24 months, plus a
Plus
$50 late fee. So then you'll have 12 months to do 550.
So 500 plus $50 late fee is 550.
Correct,
And you pay the application fee, which is $50.
Right.
That's 600.
in total.
You saying 650?
Yeah, because I
That's what I'm
thought,
saying, y'all
I
not saying
understood,
the
it
same
is
thing.
650, because I thought I understood it's 2 times the license fee, correct? Isn't it twice the amount?
The late fee. Yeah, I mean, that's one way to handle it is to do twice. So if you had a license and you renewed it late, you'd have to pay $100, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're in the $50 category, right? So to me, it makes sense to add the $100 to what the fine
To the
is, because
fine.
you didn't get your license timely. And you didn't pay last year's license. Some of the boards, like if you don't renew your license for 2 or 3 years, you've got to pay the license fee. Like you can't have a license this year, not pay it next year, come back the next year, because that's what people do, right? So if you have a gap, you
No,
have to pay the license fee for every year plus the late fee for every year.
Are you
So we
proposing
still,
650 or
not, I'm
600?
not clear. Who-
Right.
I'm saying that they would have had to pay $100 if they had a late renewal, but they didn't have a license, so they're kind of escaping the license fee.
What's the
650
total
or
dollar
600?
amount you talking about? What's the total?
All right.
I would have said for the RSW I would say add the $100, the late license fee to the bond.
Right, and that's fine, and that would be the add.
That's just a suggestion.
But they also have that $50 that they already paid.
So it
for
is
that
650.
license.
So it is 650.
It's 650.
It is 650.
Okay.
Well, it
Well,
is
but that's,
650.
the 50's not a fine. That's
No,
not a
it's just
fine.
That's fine. I just knew we weren't all saying the same thing. That's why I was trying to be
Because
clear.
I was definitely saying.
Okay. Okay.
It's a social worker math.
I love it.
$50 fine, $50 application fee, $600 fine.
Right,
Okay.
because it's 2 times the license fee.
Okay, I'm okay
right?
with that.
For the RSW.
So your application fee is not gonna go in this chart, because.
No, it's not at all.
Right.
Is separate. You have to pay that anyway.
Right, okay, so that's why I keep asking, are you guys in favor or against the charging that fee, right? That's why I'm asking, I need a motion of where you are with that, first of all.
Motion to charge a renewal fee.
It's been moved by Evan to charge, this renewal fee. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Jamie. Are there any public comments pertaining to the motion on the floor?
No public comment.
Any objections or abstentions to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, there was some discussion about continuing education as well. Where are we feeling with that? Do we feel like continuing education, we need to have that outlined on this chart as well?
Yes.
Okay, and so let's see if we can get some conversation about that. Do we want to do it based by licensure, or do we just want to say, overall, 20 hours for everybody,
Yeah, I don't think we need to do it by licensure unless we add the clinical, part.
The clinical.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So I guess they just need to make up what they would have missed.
That's
So
a
like
good way
with
of looking at
the 6 months or less, 10 hours.
That's a good way of looking at it, Jamie, because, I don't think, maybe the word is prorate. I don't know. Maybe I'm saying it backwards, but it is kind of prorate. That's a good way to look at it. So that 6 months or less, are we saying 10 hours for continuing education? We good with that? I'm just gonna note what we're saying. And then at the end, we'll do a motion to accept it all. That's 7 to 12 months. That is pretty much close to a year, so that would be 20. And then that 24 months was 2 years, that would be 40. Is that right?
That's a lot. They ended up quickly.
I'm asking, we're talking. I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah.
I don't know how, if you've been practicing in my state, a lot,
Yep.
for 24 months, a
Mhm.
lot.
Well, they also doing an open book exam.
Mm,
So, I mean, they are, having to do some studying and reviewing and all to be able to pass the exam. 40 just seems like a lot to me.
But it's not a lot of hours, that's not a lot of hours for social workers who are licensed and have been practicing for 2 years. They're required to do 20 a year. That's 2 years, 20 times 2 is what? Not 20 times 2.
40.
Yeah,
40.
yeah, I don't think it's
Correct.
fair to the social workers who've done it,
That's a good point.
who kept up with it.
Mhm.
So if you missed it, you've got to make it up.
Because you're asking for the same license, right? Are you asking for that equivalency opportunity to practice in that same scope? So I'm not saying why we're gonna be extending privilege to those who have been practicing unlicensed in this state for 2 years, and they're asking for the same ability to practice for social workers who have been practicing in this state with a license. So I'm with 40.
Can I ask a question?
Mhm.
Would would they be allowed to turn it, like if they were doing CEUs, would they be allowed to use those with these? Or these are from the date of the agreement?
I think it's just from the date of the agreement, right, Sherry? Because that's when you entered in the agreement. It's from the date that you entered in the agreement, so you can't like go back.
I wouldn't be against it if they had to do 40 and they've been doing 20 and they just submitted the 20, they, you know, like for that time frame. I don't know if I'm making it too messy, but you know.
I see what you're saying,
Yeah.
that if they went, they've got certificates showing that within that time frame, they went to trainings within that time frame. They just, what they did was they didn't renew their license by, you know, paying their fee and uploading their certificates. So I feel like that would be okay, as long as they were current.
Within that collection period.
Certificate was within that.
So how would
collection.
and I'm hearing it, and we're just thinking, how would I verify, in that collection period, that's a goal, right? So that's like a while ago. So how would I know that those particular continued education certificates, and I'm just taking verifiable, authentic, you know, I don't know that. I don't want somebody to the computer and create certificates. And
Right.
people will do that. They'll create certificates and say, oh, I did them 6 months ago. Here, take these. I just don't feel comfortable with that. I feel comfortable with from the date of the consent agreement. It just,
I hadn't thought about that.
yeah.
Any social.
I mean, but it's the same
People
standard.
will do it. I'm
Yes,
not
you're
saying
right.
they won't. I'm not trying to think negatively. I'm
Right.
just thinking realistically.
I agree, somebody gonna do it.
Yeah.
But I think it's the same standard as it is, you know, now.
Right.
Like if we
You
give them the
don't-
40, ain't nothing stopping them from creating, you know, 40 hours worth or 20 of them, you know.
So this is in the context of a consent agreement, right?
Mhm.
So if the person were to say, well, I've been doing 20 hours every year and I have the certificates to prove it, and if they were verifiable, I mean, you're accomplishing the same goal of having the same educational
Right.
level, right?
I get you. And
So that could be
thinking about it.
considered in the consent,
In the
you know,
consent.
discussion. And that it's all gonna come to the board, just like your other consents, you're gonna have to approve the consent. But this was just so that they could be done more quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but the
Mhm.
staff would be able to send them out and then they could come to the board more quickly. But if they're asking for some sort of concession or I need more time, this chart would be like the authority of the staff, but if they say, well, I can't really do that in 12 months, I'm gonna ask for 18 months or whatever. That can all be presented to the board for
Could
consideration.
do some considerations on it.
40 hours of CEUs just seems like a lot to me, especially if people have to pay for those. I have to take off work for those, especially if you're doing stuff online. A lot of that stuff costs. There are free things as well. But I mean, and then when you go to the next one where you've been practicing more than, so what if somebody hasn't been practicing for hasn't been licensed for 5 years or 8 years?
It'd be still that level 4, because it's more than 24 months.
Correct, that's what I'm saying, that, you know, there is a kind of like a max on that. That if you've been practicing for 10 years without a license, and if you've been practicing for 2.5 years without a license, you get the same fine.
No, you're not. Where you getting the same fine? Level 2 says 7 to 12 months, 250. Level 4, more than 24 months, say 500. It's not the same fine.
Well, 24 months is 2 years,
It
right?
says more than 24 months.
Right.
So,
No,
She said if you're practicing for 2 years or 10 years.
Yeah, 2.
well, you still will be at that level 4. I mean,
Yeah.
we're not maximizing because we can't go no higher than $1,000, correct?
I get that. What I'm just saying is that people are going, I hear what I'm saying
Trying to
is,
think about it.
if it's 2 years and 10 years, you got the same fine because it's the level. We're not saying, well, you missed 10 years of CEUs, so now you gotta do 200 years of CEUs. It just, I mean, 200 hours of CEUs. I mean, it just seems unnecessarily punitive to me. They are getting back aligned with the board. They are doing 20 hours worth of social work. CEUs. They're also doing an open book exam, and they obviously been practicing without sanctions for all of this time without the license. So, I mean, well, some of them.
Cap it at 40
We
hours.
can cap it,
I
yes.
just
I was
think-
thinking we could cap it at 40.
I think it should be capped at 20. That's just my
disagree.
thought.
I disagree.
I just,
Yeah,
that's just my
I say
thought.
cap at 40.
We could cap at
Let's
40.
meet in let's do
Have y'all ever
30
done
for 3.
I have done 40 CEUs in a year because I go to conferences. And so you go to a conference, you're gonna get
Yeah.
a 16, 20, whatever. Conferences also cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to a conference. And so, and especially if you have to go out of town or something like that, or travel, you gotta pay for all of that. So I just want people to be successful. That's
Yeah.
all I'm saying.
And I just
think-
want people to practice with a license
I
in the
can-
state.
Right.
That's what I want.
And I
You
can
know,
go
and I'm
to,
not
I
saying.
can go to one website and pull up 30 free CEUs.
And do it after hours, at home, online.
Yeah,
So-
well, yeah, and I got it.
Yeah, I feel like this is not fair to the social workers who bust their tails trying to do right. You know, saving their money to pay their annual fees and paying for conferences that work doesn't pay for. And they're in situations where they're in financial bind and family and single parenting and all that too. So the ones that don't do it because of all those reasons, it's just not fair to the ones that do it and, you know, have a cheaper car and, you know, all that because they're putting aside a couple of $1,000s to get their CEUs, to pay for childcare, to do all that. So
So what about 40 at level 4 and 30 at level 3?
That's better.
And then 20 at 2?
So you're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, basically, 10, 20, 30, 40.
Level 1
think
is
I-
10.
I think
One
it's a
10,
great-
2, 20, 3, 30.
I think it's, and I think that's a good idea also because I think it's, it beats us in the middle. We meet in
Right,
the
I think
middle.
it's, yeah.
and I
We
like
meet
your
in the
round
middle.
numbers.
Yeah, we meet in the
You're not
middle with
saying
this.
And it,
10.5.
and it tracks based on the number of time, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
if you
tracks
consider
on there.
prorating,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
yeah. You're so smart.
Good
Dr.
compromise.
She is.
So we still have a line item that they've always had to do, ethics hours. Is this on top of the ethics hours?
It's inclusive, right?
Within,
Yeah.
within.
Within.
the-
So like 40 hours, 12 of the 40 have to be ethics.
Well,
I'm okay with that. That's
Well, that's what's. in
3
the-
hours a year.
Yeah, I don't have any issue with keeping that ethics hours the same the way it is. I think practicing unlicensed in the state. I really take unlicensed practice very serious,
Yeah,
y'all. I
it's-
really
it's
do.
just
It's
not
not
right.
like
Yeah.
it's a, you know, I just, maybe I take this
huge
a little,
deal.
it's,
No.
to me, it's a kind of like a big deal.
Yeah,
It is, it's a huge deal.
So, to your question, Regina is wondering, do we want to keep that the same? 3, 6, 9, 12?
I think we could keep that the same, and for LCSWs, half need to be clinical. Of the,
Of any of
Half of
those
that
hours,
40?
yeah.
and half of the 10 and half of the 20.
So half clinical of the 40. And then what about LM, y'all? What do y'all think? Oh, LM, or what we doing? Just-
Yeah, I think that just the ethics and
Okay, so but it's for clinical, half will be clinical. Okay.
for the LMS, for the
For the
LCSW, yeah,
LCSW.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And then, I mean, it went to more than 24 months. Is there some, level that, you just want it to come to a hearing and not have?
Yeah, I think anything past level 4, that needs to really come before
It
the
says more
board.
than 24 months, but what would be your cutoff?
Yeah, that really, because the board may decide, hey, we don't want to grant you one.
So 24 months to
To what maximum?
36?
36? Well, the other ones are in
6 months.
Oh, 6-month increments?
Well, not level
Not
3.
13, yeah.
2 is 4 or 5.
But I think the policy idea is that when you exceed 2 years, it's getting significant, right? And so I kind of think that a shorter
Right.
time period on level 4 might be better because I feel like if it's really in there, maybe it's something that
Yeah.
can't be solved with like a chart, you know?
Right, it might be something, the board may say, this is too egregious, this is going too far.
Mhm.
And we may not even want to entertain the idea of issuing a
I'd be
license.
okay. I'd be okay with 24
then
to 30.
I think
Should level
36.
3 be a 6-month period like?
Because it
that?
doesn't make sense to me, the 13,
Yeah.
that's 11 months difference on
Yeah,
level
it's a
3,
year, right?
right? And then,
You could cut it back to 6. and
yeah,
maybe
like that part just doesn't make sense.
Well, maybe then level 3 becomes 6 months and level 4 becomes 6 months. And we, as a policy, say if it's more than 2 years, we gotta do this. We have to consider something else. I mean, I would be actually good with saying like in excess of 2 years cannot be handled by a chart. It's gonna present a special circumstance that we're gonna have to evaluate what you've been doing and the scope of your practice and how much you've been doing. I mean, I think it sort of neatly fits into a little 1, 2, 3, 4. And if it's more than that.
Okay, so what I've seen a lot of, for whatever reason, is RSWs who go to grad school and they don't, for whatever reason, get a license, don't know they're supposed to have one, whatever. You're in if you're full-time, that's 2 years. So if I go to school, if I'm working part-time while I'm in school for 2 years, then I would have to come before the board if we did a 2-year cutoff to explain that. And I think the extra year would make more sense, because we're gonna be seeing a lot of people, because that is where I see it happen a lot. You know, like the
Supervision time.
no, the 2 years, like during the master's program.
Right.
Like they get a bachelor's degree in social work, they're working part-time somewhere while they're getting their master's degree. They finish the master's degree and apply to take their test, and then they get sanctioned for practicing without a license. And so if we cut it off at 2 years, then they're automatically at beyond level 4. You see what I mean?
That's
Yeah.
exactly what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
So are you
So-
proposing us to add another level?
No. I think it was just with the discussion around whether we should make level 3 6 months and 4 6 months and make 24 months the cap. I'm okay with leaving level 3 where it is for a year and doing a year for level 4 and making 36 months the cap.
More than 36 months?
Or
Oh.
up to 36.
Up to, yeah.
Yes.
So
Let's change that language.
24 to 36 months, right?
24 to 36 months.
And if we're trying, I
Level
think,
4 will be changed to 24 to 36 months.
and then I
correct?
think, yes, and 3 should be 12 to 24, not 30. Well, never
No,
mind.
Up to
It's-
12 months, yeah,
12 months,
yeah.
Huh?
and you can't be 12 months in 2 different categories. So that's why it's like
So
13.
then,
Okay.
so then should level 4 be 25 to 36?
Correct.
Yeah.
So I ran into this problem with my first grading syllabus, right? Because if you say 6 falls into this category and yet 7 falls into this category, what happens to 6.5? Right? So it has to be,
You round it up.
yes, so it has to be more than 6 to 12. More than 12 to
Right.
24, right?
Right.
Okay, so I
More
say it
than-
again, more than 6.
Greater than 6
Yeah,
Right.
we got it.
and
We
less than
got
12.
Yeah,
And
We
then
got it.
greater than 12.
yeah. I had to bump up some grades because of that disparity. So-
Okay, you had to bump grades up. Cause you will get a debate on that.
Law students are gonna argue.
Law students gonna argue, yeah, absolutely. Okay,
I'm
and
sorry,
then this whole chart gonna be redone again. Staff is taking notes, y'all, so I want y'all to know that staff taking notes too, and we'll produce a whole good little
Okay.
copy for us.
so level 2 would be more than 7 and less than 12.
More than 6.
More than 6. 6 months or less, greater than 6.
It's greater than 6 and then
Okay.
12 is your cap. But so like if it's
Mhm.
12 and
So
a
level 1
half.
is less than 6.
Yeah, so then it's gotta be more than the higher side, cause so if it's 12 months, it's in level 2, but if it's 12 months and a week, it's gonna be in level 3, right?
Okay,
So
okay,
it's
okay.
greater than 12.
Okay.
So the ask is gonna also be, y'all, once we make these changes, the ask is gonna be for staff to create this chart, recreate and bring us back all the changes in one chart and then ask for the board to approve it then, right? So we're not gonna walk away approving all of this draft everywhere. We wanna approve the final draft. Right now it's discussion. I just wanted to get some feedback on what y'all think about
And I also wanna make sure we're adding the legal and investigative fees, the column for that.
that legal investigative fee. Y'all hear that, staff? We need to add that column for that as well.
Is there any chance we could offer an amnesty period?
They have 90 days, that's their amnesty period.
I love it.
90 days.
Just hear me out, just hear me out, just hear me out. Okay.
I love it.
I mean, it would be great to have a welcome home for those who at home, you know what I'm saying? Welcome home, because I'm just putting out there that if the goal is to get people back in the fold, right? Or in the fold, because some have never been in the fold, right? If the goal is for that to happen, could it not be a period, just a brief period, maybe 3 months, something of that nature, that we say, this is, we're about to put these fines in place. If you do not, if you have this, and this, if you do not, does the law prevent us from doing that? Because I see Regina shaking her head, so it's bothering me. Do the law say we could not do
Law
that?
says you can.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know, because I needed to know if the law said we could not do that.
And we did that 25 years ago.
Oh, we did that, y'all did that 25 years ago, y'all did that.
Whenever the law went into effect with multi-level licensure, it wasn't, they weren't fined.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't a disciplinary action either. They might have been fined, but it wasn't a disciplinary action at that time. We did that for like 5 years. So this isn't anything new. This isn't a new law.
Well, I know, what I'm saying is, it's not new law, but it is new to some people, and that's why, I hear what you're saying. The goal is because many people will be further deterred for applying for a license unless they get a complaint against them because of the level of fines. Because some of the people who are not licensed don't believe that they're practicing social work because their job does not require for them to practice social work. So they have other people who are bachelor level, kitchen cookers, whatever they do, and they are able to do the same job that they do, and they don't. So some people just don't believe that they're doing that, especially macro, in a lot of macro ways. So that's all I'm just suggesting. But if it's against the law, I'm not trying to go to jail, but I just thought.
To 90 days while they're getting a credential. And Sarah actually speaks to the university, to the graduating students, to let them know. That's one of the part of the presentation, is that even if your job tells you, your employer says, oh, you don't have to have a license, the law says you do.
Right.
So we do try to get that information out.
Because I think most jobs don't.
Right.
They don't say that you have to.
And again, this is not set in stone. This is gonna be the offer that they're gonna get. And if they wanna come have a hearing, they can have a hearing or whatever. But this is just, to say, okay, I got this application. It's got information that shows that they've been practicing for 6 months. So they're gonna get this offer from the staff before the application gets processed. But it's not that, even if you adopt the chart, this is the recommended sanctions. And if the person wants to settle it, get it behind them, go forward, they can. They want to come have a hearing, they certainly can do that, and they can argue whatever that, they don't believe that they're practicing social work. And sometimes it's not that clear, and sometimes it's pretty clear. So it's not set in stone that the board can't vary from this. This is just a way to expedite a resolution, so that it can come to you faster.
So if somebody gets that offer from the staff and they say, but I had no idea that what I was doing was social work, I don't agree with it, then they can say, well, you really can have this hearing if you feel that strongly about it.
Right, but they can't get the license because you've got
Right.
evidence of a violation,
Right,
so they
right.
can't get an unencumbered license through the regular process.
Thanks. All right, good question, good dialogue. Okay. All right, so you tried. That's all right. But it's good. It's good that we bring these topics up.
Sometimes you're lenient, and then sometimes you're like, I can't figure it out.
I'm people.
So, yeah, all right, y'all. So this is what I'm proposing that we do. We let staff go back with these recommended changes and come back with a final draft for us to review for next board meeting, because I think notes here, notes there, and all of that is just not good. We just because everybody has different notes. But so far, they do have enough. Do y'all have enough information to take away with this and do what you need?
Not the cost, I thought we had another legal.
Right.
Which one?
We talked about adding legal costs.
Well,
Or investigative
Be
fees.
applicable in all instances.
If applicable.
Yeah.
But if
So I
it's a-
think it'll just say legal and investigative
I
costs
don't
if
have to
applicable.
use legal or investigative costs, then I'm not gonna charge some
right,
random
so to just
number.
say, to Jamie's point, and I'm hearing people here saying, if applicable, so we'll just put if applicable on there. But we do want a chart, an updated chart, and then also time stamping it to say 2025. Now, again, fine amounts, are we okay with those fine amounts? Did we agree that we rounded them up? Are we getting rid of that 50 cents, first of all?
Yes, the 50 cent gotta go.
So are we rounding them up? And then, of course, we'll,
Well, but I understand the rationale too, because the middle amount is halfway between the upper amount and the lower amount. So it's sort of like, do we wanna penalize them more?
Well,
Well,
they
what would be the steps
practicing
in-
as a more like a LCSW than RSW, so I would round up.
I'm fine with it, yeah, I just wanna
Right,
kinda.
yeah,
you know.
and the fee that, the proposed revised fee is LMSW and LCSW are saying, so.
it is, the proposal is the
Yeah,
same.
yeah,
too, so-
so their fine amount would be less than what LCSW.
The people took my stuff.
So if we are talking about this fine amount, which is the questions, are we talking about raising the fine amount? This whole 50 cent stuff, are we talking about raising that, getting rid of that 50 cents and raising that to a solid 200?
Can it just go to the 5? Can it go to like 90? Or, I mean, is it you want a 0 or you want 2 0?
So you
Can
want
it just
190?
be a 0? Can it just be 190 and 165, 65?
If that's a motion, we absolutely can, if that's a motion, we can entertain that, Melissa, it's okay.
I prefer the 200 and the 600 because their renewal fees are gonna be the same as the LCSW, but
Oh, that's a
their
good point.
fine is less. So I think that's fair, I think, or fairer, because otherwise, if we went by that fee schedule, they would have to be charged the same as the LCSW. And I don't really think that's fair.
So if we are here, is that a motion to increase the fine amount of LMSW to what? Are we there? I'm just trying to get us there, y'all.
I'm okay with I don't know why, but the 200 for level 1, I'm okay with. I don't know about that 600 for level 3. Maybe can we do 550 for level 3?
We have 562 already for level 3. See it, 562.50?
I see, I see.
So we already at.
But you know what I'm thinking about those like the situation we talked about with the 2 years, like that's, I just.
Okay, so guess what? We can compromise. We could, we'll
Right.
get into a place. So if we're, right now, are we entertaining the motion regarding that fine amount from 187.50 on the level 1 to 200? And if that is the case, I would need a motion at this time.
So move.
It's been moved by Jamie to increase that fee to 200, that fine, sorry, for the record, to 200. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board. Any public comment pertaining to this motion on the floor, which is to raise the fine amount of level 1 unlicensed practice for LMSWs from 187.50 to 200. The floor is now open for public comment pertaining to this motion. All right, public comment is now closed. Is there an objection or abstention to that? All right, hearing no objection, abstention, the motion is carried. 200, okay. All right. So the next fine for discussion is level 2. I'm not hearing discussion with changing the fine amount for level 2 at this time. So I'm not hearing any discussion for that. So now we're gonna go to level 3. Is there any discussions or motions that need to be made for the fine amount for LMSW for level 3?
I motion to amend the fine for level 3 LMSW from $562.50 to $550.
It's been moved on by Jamie to make the change from 562.50 to 500. Is there a second for?
550.
I'm sorry, to 550, thank you. For 550, is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Melissa. Any public comment pertaining to this motion on the floor to change the fine amount for unlicensed practice, level 3 LMSW from 562.50 to 550? Public comment at this time regarding this motion.
We have a hand that keeps raising and then it goes away. So I don't know
Who's that person?
if we're
I
having
can-
some
I can see
technical
them.
difficulties. It was, Janaya Martin.
I can call her and give her, Ms. Martin, Janaya Martin. At this time, you have the floor for public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor. Okay, hearing no, Ms. Martin, you have the floor.
Yes, hello?
Yes, ma'am, you have the floor pertaining to the motion.
Okay, for one thing, my hand been raised since you all did, been raised since 122. I had something to respond on. I don't know what's going on. But my first response is, I'm not clear. You all are talking and you're debating and talking about these things, but you don't come with a cap summary of what you decided in the end, which leaves me confused. Secondly, the one the one I first wanted to respond on was the renewal for LMSWs and LCSW. I'm retired and I wanted to know, do you have where we still have to pay 100 if we retire, but we still get our continuing education? So I wanted to ask, could that be part of something that you can look at, or anybody retired and still want to maintain their license? But I don't know what happened. My hand been raised.
Thank you, Ms. Martin, for your public comment.
You're welcome.
Comments at this time pertaining to the motion that's on the floor?
Can I ask a quick question? Who was the second on the first motion?
Me, Laura.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no other public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor, any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carried. Okay, y'all, super. I don't think we have any other changes to be made at this time to this. Thank you so much for your time with the unlicensed practice information. The next one is real quick, y'all, public relations and communication. And we don't have to really go into detail, but I'm asking y'all to kind of think about different ways that you can get more information out to the public. We do have our newsletter, we do have our Facebook page. Our staff, bless their heart, they be answering phones constantly all day. And then, of course, the website, but just seeing if we can think of other ways that we can get information out to the public. If we feel that we're not doing to our capacity. In many ways, I believe that we are doing to our capacity.
And we have those constant contacts.
And we have the constant contacts too, and the emails. I do believe that we are doing the best that we can to our capacity, but if you have any other ideas or anything, and that's what this space was for, to bring.
I think this was something I requested we put on the agenda because we were discussing the branding of the board, like trying to do some kind of rebranding. So I don't think it's just communication. I think it's having a concentrated effort so licensees in the state don't, buy into propaganda and view us as the enemy of the state.
Yeah, and that's
I'm sure that comment ain't gonna help either.
but that's a good point to look at it. I think, yeah, I mean, and just in the role of being a regulator, oftentimes you're seen as the police, whether you, are assuming that role. It just comes with the territory of the role of regulation, right? But to your point of branding, which is good, because you just toggle my mind a little bit too. About us putting out what is the board, right? And so, and going to different, like, workshops and having opportunities to engage with other boards, saying who we are, right, out front, right? And so I did have a little idea, you just toggled my brain, thank you, Jamie, about coming up with that branding. You know, some associations have a branding, you kind of know exactly what it is. And so my thoughts were, and I'm just thinking of a title, I was thinking public profession, no, public protection profession. See that?
Three Ps.
Public, repeats, public protection profession. And I think that's a good brand that can go on everything that we do, and go on our newsletter, our website, you know, I thought of that. And so I'm thinking it's good, right? Because it kind of just sets the tone. And I am happy to be serving with y'all on the board. Like the diverse perspectives and the different ideas, really, y'all sitting from this seat, I'm like, what? Because you help toggle me too as well. You challenge me and we challenge each other. But I do think getting out front, you know, and saying who we are and what we are doing is important. So I said public protection profession.
I do think it would be a good if, and I don't know if we can, but you know, to offer opportunities for the board to go to universities, you know, maybe when they have their social work meetings and when they have their, I don't know what they really call them, or even classes where we could go and talk about, you know, what the board does and what some of the biggest challenges some professionals have by not getting licensed, and how that they can use the website, that we could be more accessible, and especially, I mean, we're in different parts of the state, but you know, in different areas, there are universities that maybe we could, you know, go to, and so people understand that, to your point, that we are real practitioners. We're here, you know, working to try to make things better for them, make things better for the community. But I think that would be a good opportunity for public relations as well. You know, we do go to some of the conferences, but people have to pay to come to those conferences. But going to talk to students and faculty about who we are and what some of the biggest challenges that we see and, you know, what can happen. I think that could be a way we could do some good public relations also.
I like that idea. I do know that board staff, they do presentations at the universities. They have been doing some. Y'all been doing that virtually, Zoom?
Virtual or in person or
Y'all been
both?
doing- I
We
know,
used to do it in person.
I know y'all used to do it in person,
Until
but-
COVID, and now everything's virtual.
and now they're doing it virtual. So they do some of those presentations, but I think you speaking more also of like a road show in a way, not road show,
Or
like
board members
but
with
board
them,
members,
that are real people.
doing that as well.
And like
having
not
that.
actually here to harm anyone, like there's no reason for us to volunteer our time to try to make
See that
things
we don't have
difficult.
horns?
And even in some, not only just universities, there, you know, in CPS and homeless services and, you know, continuums of care, they all get together. You have a lot of social workers and a lot of practitioners, you know, where we can say how you can help or what opportunities there are that you can participate in the board on certain things, and just to educate them about what's available and to be more proactive to be more proactive. We are proactive, but to be more proactive in our communications. And then I also was thinking about there used to be at Loyola, someplace called, it used to be the Donnelly, I think it might have been a School of Communications or something like that, that they would do PR campaigns for nonprofit organizations, you know, because they didn't have the resources to do it, to kind of help you with, so they would have students and university professors trying to help to brand you. So I don't know if they still have something out like that that could help us, you know, with a new look, new colors, new whatever.
I like the ideas, y'all. This is really good and welcoming to, you know, put these things together and really looking at it. And I think some of these we can really act on sooner than later. You know, we talked about the branding. I do like the road show idea. I'm really do. Now, I don't know if we go in there physically in person, Melissa, but we might could do a virtual. But having a board member being part of y'all presentations, maybe, like you can ask the board, but not in a legal way. So I don't want people to walk away saying, I asked the board about my, application I submitted in, and
Melissa said.
Melissa said that my fees were waived, so we have to also be mindful.
Somebody tried to give me like that on Facebook. I was like,
Right, we
here,
have to be
go-
mindful of
write a
that.
letter to the board and give, what I
Right.
say is send your question to the board
Right.
and you will get a response. So that's the
Right.
only thing that
But
I.
I'm, but saying, having, and so we can do, I love these ideas about, branding and communication. Any other ones, that we can think of? This is good. Emily? what's your thoughts?
Is this where you wanted the staff to share any ideas?
Yes, too, as well. That's why I'm opening the floor, yeah, for anybody.
I mean, I'm not, you specifically told me to ask the, staff for information, so I don't know if they.
Yes, and
brought
so
any.
I hadn't got to that point yet,
Yeah.
but we can move into that first. If staff, do you have any ideas about branding and public relations and communication? And then also your experiences working with the board and efficiency was the other question that I asked staff to bring, because I think wants to hear that too as well. So anybody can start, and then we will be gonna be exiting out of here.
No
Anyone
pressure.
wants to start?
Well, I'll say that, my experience here has been very positive. I'd like to say that. And I'd like to say, I recognize that, board members, you volunteer your time to come here. And I want to say that I appreciate that and I recognize that and I'm grateful for that. Because, what we do here, from what I can tell is, it works on a sort of a bifold. If you have a good board and a good admin, and things really run smoothly. And so far, my experience has been, it runs fairly smoothly. And so I'm very appreciative of that. And so, like I say, I have very positive, experience here. I can say, the public has been great, social workers, no issues, sometimes you have to tell people no, but, there's always a path to where they want to be. And I always see myself as a director of where are you, okay? And where do you want to go? And here's how you get there. And I try to tell you in the most, conventional, easy to understand way. And so, for that, I can say it's gone well. And this other staff's been great working with them. I feel like everyone's has a strong commitment to the law and rules, which is I do as well. And so we want to uphold that and help people, get in compliance with that. And so I think, for the most part, that's been well. The issues that I had seen, or something to think about would be one, and so if I have an idea, then I don't hide it under a bush, so to speak. I want to get it out there if it's going to be for efficiency. So I think in the past, I've talked to Emily about how we do have a finite space. And so when it comes to paper, I do think it's a good idea to try to minimize that as much as possible and, sort of moving forward with digital, documentation is probably going to help us out because storage is expensive and, it's finite. And also then you have to protect digital things too, but, there's a cost with protecting things, paper. So I brought that point out. And the other thing I brought out, it seems like it may be addressed with the new licensing platform, but the issue of multiple profiles with the Certamy and how there was no unique identifier in that. And so I think now there will be use of at least the social security number to sort of, make it so that we can eliminate multiple accounts. So I thought that was great. And so I look forward to that. The other thing though is, we have a lot of, Yes, it is becoming more prevalent to have social work offered through these telehealth type places where they're recruiting people to be social workers where they need a license in pretty much all 50 states because they're offering a service online or through phone. And so with that, you have people wanting to be endorsed with many states, all of them, you know, as much as they can at the clinical level mostly. And so with that, these places that I'm sure you all have heard about, they'll have licensing departments, or they will outsource the licensing to help their recruits get licensed in all 50 states. So when they do this, it seems to me that they send out a fact sheet to or some bio information collected from the recruit, and then they, on behalf of the recruit, they start the application for endorsement. Well, so where this becomes tricky is, so if there's a communication that I have to make to someone that has an endorsement application, but I can't, if I send the email, it needs to go to the person, not to a recruiter that is, may not have, you know, the information that I need. And I really shouldn't be talking about certain things to people that are not the applicant. And so I raised this point, Emily, she appreciated that. And so to say this, I think there are other states, but for right now, I only can speak about Maine. Maine has a statement on their website where they say that, you know, we can only speak about pending applications with the applicant. And so I thought that was good, appropriate, and particularly in this day and age where we see so much of identity theft issues and that, and I would hate for anyone to experience that for anything that we could possibly do, talking with someone. So I felt like that was probably a smart thing to do and a wise recommendation for us. You know, it's important that we be able to talk to the people that are applying. And the thing is, I think that maybe the contact information we have is accurate, but the people, for whatever reason, are not expecting to be contacted. They're not, you know, it just makes it difficult when you don't fill out your application or you're not in control. And where it becomes a danger is a little bit further down the road when you have renewals and that. I mean, that's a lot to keep up with if you're licensed in every 50 states. And so that's gonna become a problem. Now, the compact could alleviate some of that, but until we get there, you see that. So I throw that out there, but that's all I have to say. I've been very positive experience working here. It's been great. I have no complaints.
Thank you, Blake. Very good
was a good
recommendations. Thank you so much. It's real good. Give us something to think about. Or anyone on this side of the room want to share?
Okay, I'll go.
Okay, go ahead, Sarah.
So my thing about efficiency, I feel like supervision has like been the big thing lately. Like, it's just, it just feel like it's just taking over. So I feel like with the transition to Covalent, I just feel like we need to have some kind of plan in place to kind of, I guess, alleviate some of the problems that we had previously when we transitioned. I was happy to see with Covalent that they did list the supervisees. That was a really nice thing. I thought it's gonna be a nice touch. But I'm just kind of anxious about the switch because there's been so many problems now lately that I don't want us to have those problems with Covalent. So I just feel like we need to come up with some kind of game plan to kind of ease us into Covalent. As far as working for LABSWE, I'm enjoying my time with y'all. It's very interesting because watching the board meetings, it's like, I don't know, it's almost like you know things exist, but you don't really know until you know. Like you're here, it's like, oh, okay. So I'm watching the board meetings and it's very interesting. And it's good to be a part of that because a lot of times it's You know, you want this to change, you want this to be this way or that way, but being a part of the change is very rewarding. So I've just enjoyed my time with y'all here. I'm looking forward to what's to come. And that's pretty much it.
That was beautiful.
Thank you, Sarah, for your information.
Trying to recruit.
Yeah, you're gonna be a part of change.
Regina, you have anything you want to share, Ed?
Okay, I completely agree with Sarah with supervision. I'm excited to switch platforms and hopeful that it will be so much better. I think a big challenge that we deal with daily is misinformation that's being put out on social media. We get crazy phone calls every day of people saying, well, I heard, somebody told me this week that they heard they can't take the test during the summer. It's really bizarre things that are put out there, and that's not it. You know, somebody's to do with supervision. A lot of wrong information is put out there, and I know that we have no control over that. But
It
that's
drives
where
me
a lot of
crazy.
people go wrong, even with supervision, is from social media. As far as like public relations and awareness, this was just a thought that kind of crossed my mind when you were talking about that. Years ago, I don't know if y'all noticed, the LPC board had done a big billboard in Baton Rouge. And the contractors board has done as well, just for public awareness of licensure. You know, check and see if your therapist is licensed.
Yep, they did.
So I thought that that was kind of a neat thing.
I think it's still up there.
I like that idea of the billboard. The LBCs did do that. Anyway, I think they almost had like the website where you told them where you could go. Is your, it was like, is your counselor licensed?
Right.
Check.
Wait, if I see that, I might say, well, Jamie Bourne ain't on this website. That's my counselor. You know what I mean?
So I like that billboard. We might need to get a motion on it. No, I'm sorry.
You gotta get a price on that. You gotta get a
Right,
price.
get a motion
That's
to
the
look
price.
at, get a motion to look into it and come back with the price. I love it.
$1,000 right there.
I know, right?
You might be able to get it for free on those digital ones, like you might be able to get a.
Public service.
Yeah, they
I
are,
think
they are, you gotta
we
pay
are
for
gonna
it.
have to be like CVS and Walgreens with LPC billboards. Everyone you see is social worker.
They are everywhere. This is true. Okay, Regina, anything else? Yeah, that's a good one too, really.
I
So
like that.
we can, do we need a motion to have staff look into the cost period of public communication, billboards, you know, I don't know, I don't have Instagram. I don't know how that is. but-
Recommended speaking to, who do a nonprofit,
Loyola used to do it. They used to, I think it was their communications department, but I don't.
But
you
at
know.
least
Okay.
looking into
Yeah.
what that cost would look like to get a billboard.
I think they might give us a discounted rate, but
They
don't
might.
do it for
Do we
free.
need a motion for that? To look into the cost? Anybody okay with that?
I think you've just given us a directive to bring you back information.
We'll need a
I think
motion.
that's
Okay. All right, well, just go and look into that. The board it's great ideas from you, staff. Thank you. Look at how much does that cost for a billboard? Yeah, anything else? Emily, you have the floor now. Your staff has spoken. Thank you, staff.
Oh, I don't really have anything.
All right, yeah, we're at the end of the meeting. So before I close out, is there anything we leaving off for today? Is everything covered before we close the meeting out? 7 and 8 is being tabled to February's meeting. Anything else? Anything else? We did agree that public protection and profession will go on our information. Do we need a motion for that?
So move.
It's been moved by Melissa that public protection and profession is our new branding title. And is there a second?
second?
Second by Jamie. Any public comments pertaining to the motion on the floor?
Yes.
All right, who is that? We have the floor.
Hold on, Carla Moore.
Let's see if we can enter her in the room. Is she in?
Good afternoon. I'd like to say Happy New Year to all of you and thank you LABSWE for all that you do.
Happy New
Thanks,
Year.
Carla.
Happy New Year.
Carla, thank you so much for being here. All right, anyone else? Thank you for that public comment.
There's another one, Jocelyn McGee.
Jocelyn McGee, you have the floor.
Hi, just wanted to say, I love the new title, public, perfection and protection. which
Public protection and profession,
And-
no perfection.
that could be a part of your that could be a part of your branding. And if you have an animator or some type of video where each of you are explaining why Louisiana Board of Social Work is the best of the best, and what sets art is would be great, and have that video animated where it could also generate income for the board as well, and which will allow you all to keep the branding going.
Oh,
That's a great
Jocelyn,
idea.
that's so awesome.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, okay.
Then we only need a 15-year-old. They can do it, right? Come on.
Right, exactly. You only need someone who knows how to operate a video to do that.
Yeah, thank you for your public comment. We're writing down and taking notes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other public comment at this time pertaining to the motion on the floor, public protection profession? Any other public comment?
Question for clarification.
Yes.
When you say you want it all over everything, what exactly do you mean?
What is
by that?
everything?
Front of the building.
I know, right.
On
So
everywhere.
front facing information, right? So the question is where to put this when I say everywhere. Sorry about that. Front facing, so newsletter, website, we're creating this beautiful new website. If staff want to put that in signature line, in their email signature line.
The letterhead.
Thank you,
Okay,
Jamie.
so then you're moving to costs.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on.
If it's an electronic letterhead,
Yeah.
right,
We don't
not,
use electronic letterhead.
So with this, like this, we couldn't add,
on the agendas.
Yeah,
You
you
can
know.
put public protection and
that's-
profession.
Yeah, that.
not your official
Okay.
state
Printed
thing.
thing.
Not,
Yeah.
yeah, especially, but that's a good point, too, Jamie, in future talking, right? So don't print no more letterheads right now. Use the ones that you have, but when you start ordering new ones, you can put the new brand on it. Right? So like right now, keep using what you got. But the new order will have public protection profession on it. Y'all can think any other place we could put that brand? Anybody has any thoughts? Website?
We do some
Facebook
t-shirts
page?
We should get swag.
whatever staff going
We
to the
should get some
conference.
swag.
For
Swag.
the office staff, get some
At
shirts.
your own cost.
Yeah,
The
for sure.
treasurer.
Sure.
Treasurer.
Just don't want the public thinking.
Get
we're
black and
spending
gold
money, right?
shirts.
But things that have, that are front-facing information to the public for our board, we can put that on there. What y'all, we good? Okay. All right, so if that's the case, y'all, that's it for our strategic planning meeting for 2025, January, for the first of the year. At this time, I entertain a motion to close the meeting.
Move to adjourn.
It's been moved.
Second.
Second by Melissa. We will see y'all in February. I want to let you know that there are some committee meetings that are coming up. Supervision Committee, will be having a meeting, as well as Interstate Telehealth will be having a meeting, tentatively scheduled Thursday, February the 6th, 2025. Okay, all right, thank y'all so much. We'll see you then. Take care. Bye-bye.